adding that the strikes carried a message that his regime would not submit to anyone's harassment. The Iranian armed forces put out a release stating that the strikes were carried out under the guidance of the Supreme National Security Council and the leadership of the central headquarters of Khatam al-Anbiya, the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, with the sacred court Ya Aba Abdullah al-Hussein. The kingdom meanwhile reacted in anger, calling the Iranian airstrikes as a flagrant contravention of international laws. Responding to Iran's retaliation to US airstrikes, Israel said they were proof of the former standing, quote-unquote, as a terrorist state. The US meanwhile advised its citizens and consular staff to stay hunkered down in shelters and heed military advice. However, no American life was harmed in the Iranian airstrikes as the US troops scrambled to take cover amid the blaring sirens. A report said US President Donald Trump went into a huddle with the stop-minders in the Situation Room, taking real-time briefings on the Iranian strikes. Meanwhile, the Indian embassy in Qatar put out a statement advising all citizens to remain indoors. Air India diverted a Doha-bound flight to Kannur after the country closed its airspace in anticipation of the Iranian strikes. With Iran exacting a measure of revenge for the US strikes on its nuclear facilities, the world now awaits Trump's response.
We eat music, we breathe music. Music is our life. And music has also taught that my audience comes from diverse background, different religion, I feel I belong to every religion of the world. I feel I belong to every religion of India. So my life is music, so I'm very grateful to God Almighty.
That's amazing.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
Good evening. Tonight, I can report to the American people and to the world that the United States has conducted an operation that killed Osama bin Laden, the leader of Al-Qaeda, and a terrorist who's responsible for the murder of thousands of innocent men, women, and children.
A short time ago, the U.S. military carried out massive precision strikes on the 3 key nuclear facilities in the Iranian regime, Fordow, Natanz, and Esfahan. Everybody heard those names for years as they built this horribly destructive enterprise.
Good evening. Tonight, I can report to the American people and to the world that the United States has conducted an operation that killed Osama bin Laden, the leader of Al-Qaeda, and a terrorist who's responsible for the murder of thousands of innocent men, women, and children. It was nearly 10 years ago that a bright September day was darkened by the worst attack on the American people in our history. The images of 9/11 are seared into our national memory. Hijacked planes cutting through a cloudless September sky, the Twin Towers collapsing to the ground, black smoke billowing up from the Pentagon, the wreckage of Flight 93 in Shanksville, Pennsylvania, where the actions of heroic citizens saved even more heartbreak and destruction. And yet we know that the worst images are those that were unseen to the world. The empty seat at the dinner table, children who were forced to grow up without their mother or their father, parents who would never know the feeling of their
Viewers, welcome back. We're live this morning and we continue getting you top updates coming in when it comes to the West Asia conflict. After Israeli PM Netanyahu hailed the US strikes on Iranian nuclear sites as a turning point for global security, the armed forces in the Jewish homeland said they were still assessing and gathering ground intelligence on the impact of the stealth bomber hits. A spokesperson for the Israeli military said the forces were in the process of inflicting further damage to the Iranian nuclear program, including its enrichment capability. Watch this report for more.
Congratulations, President Trump. Your bold decision to target Iran's nuclear facilities with the awesome and righteous might of the United States will change history. In Operation Rising Lion, Israel has done truly amazing things. But in tonight's action against Iran's nuclear facilities, America has been truly unsurpassed. It has done what no other country on earth could do. History will record that President Trump acted to deny the world's most dangerous regime the world's most dangerous weapons. His leadership today has created a pivot of history that can help lead the Middle East and beyond to a future of prosperity and peace. President Trump and I often say, peace through strength. First comes strength, then comes peace.
Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu had hailed the US airstrikes on Iranian nuclear facilities as one that could potentially alter the course of history in West Asia. Labeling US President Donald Trump as the greatest friend Israel has ever had, Netanyahu said the strikes on Fordo, Natanz and Esfahan sites could potentially prove to be the turning point for global security. However, the Israeli forces said they were still assessing the depth and impact of the US stealth bomber strikes on Iran's uranium enrichment facilities.
I have seen what it takes to report from the front lines. Accuracy, courage, urgency and responsibility. At Republic School of Journalism, you will be trained for that reality. It is not theory. It is live learning from inside a working newsroom from day one. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, Republic School of Journalism is where you begin. Course begins on the 30th of June. Apply now.
In the Global Employability Rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
Ali Khamenei is living in the very center of Tehran, in the Supreme Leader headquarters. But of course, he left this building, this complex actually, on Friday, June 13, just when the Israeli strike began. We have a few possibilities. We know that he has also a very fortified bunker in the north of the capital of Tehran, in the Lavizan area, which is a residential part of Tehran with a lot of wood and so on. And there is a very important military garrison and a bunker for Ali Khamenei. He could be there, but he could be also in the city where his family is living, Mashhad, in the northeast of Iran, approximately 900 kilometers east of Tehran. And of course, actually, it could be anywhere. We don't know. The only thing we know for sure is that he fears for his life and is hiding. Actually, everything is in the hands of the Iranian leaders. They decide their future actually now. If they decide to strike back and to attack the military, the American army somewhere in the Middle East, or maybe somewhere else in the world, or a US embassy and so on, of course the US will come back with other planes, other bombs, and will finish the job. That's
I have seen what it takes to report from the front lines: accuracy, courage, urgency, and responsibility. At Republic School of Journalism, you will be trained for that reality. It's not theory, it's live learning from a working newsroom from day one. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, Republic School of Journalism is where you begin. Courses begin on 30th June. Apply now.
आपकी फेवरेट हुंडई कार्स पर मिल रही है अमेजिंग डील्स। वैसे लोगे तो आप हुंडई ही, चाहे दिल की सुनो या डील्स की, तो जल्दी चले आओ हुंडई शोरूम।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने। The fact is that Donald Trump said within 2 weeks he will take action. He could have taken action the very next hour. He said within 2 weeks. He did not say he's going to wait 2 weeks. He said within 2 weeks. And he's a man who he lives up to his word. And I can tell you that this is evolving exactly in the way that geopolitical analysis would lead it to evolve. With China basically joining hands with Iran, I think the Israelis will get a shock, because they have been trying to cultivate the Chinese now for decades. And now I think they'll be given a rude reality check on that. And the US is inevitable it comes in, because it is not going to allow a nuclearized Iran. There's no question about that. It's not going to allow it. And so what we are witnessing is the beginning of of something that could be international ramifications. You already got China into it. I hope, for Russia's sake, that Putin is not going lockstep with China, but he declines from giving massive assistance to Iran, because that is going to help the US diplomacy under Donald Trump. But all in all, I know what side India is on. India is on the side of the democracies. Prime Minister Modi is on the side of the democracies. He understands geopolitics very well. And Trump also understands geopolitics very well. I know Putin also understands geopolitics very well. And it's in Russia's interest to ensure that it does not join with China in a full-scale attempt, a futile attempt, if I may say so, to try and assist Iran. So I'd like to say what
विमल में गुलिस्तां की ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते, जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए, और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की इस जुबान में खुद को ऐसा डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं ना? विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
Good evening. Tonight, I can report to the American people and to the world that the United States has conducted an operation that killed Osama bin Laden, the leader of al-Qaeda, and a terrorist who's responsible for the murder of thousands of innocent men, women, and children.
A short time ago, the U.S. military carried out massive precision strikes on the 3 key nuclear facilities in the Iranian regime: Fordow, Natanz, and Esfahan. Everybody heard those names for years as they built this horribly destructive enterprise.
Good evening. Tonight, I can report to the American people and to the world that the United States has conducted an operation that killed Osama bin Laden, the leader of al-Qaeda, and a terrorist who's responsible for the murder of thousands of innocent men, women, and children. It was nearly 10 years ago that a bright September day was darkened by the worst attack on the American people in our history. The images of 9/11 are seared into our national memory. Hijacked planes cutting through a cloudless September sky, the Twin Towers collapsing to the ground, black smoke billowing up from the Pentagon, the wreckage of Flight 93 in Shanksville, Pennsylvania, where the actions of heroic citizens saved even more heartbreak and destruction. And yet we know that the worst images are...
My father, he was an old-timer. He was very old when I was born. Ravi Shankarji's guru and my father, they were contemporaries. So they were the heroes of 30s and 40s. My father believed that you can only do one thing in your lifetime. He was not in favor that I should go to school.
Okay.
कहते या सुर को समझ लो या किताब को समझ लो, ये दोनों काम एक साथ नहीं हो सकते. The meaning of education in our family was music only.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Good morning. You're watching live this morning on Republic TV. I'm Aishwarya Kapoor. US President Donald Trump has said that there is a ceasefire agreement between Israel and Iran so far. However, no confirmation has come in from either side. That is the big story that we are tracking this morning. Let's also take a look at the other big stories in the headlines. Donald Trump's big ceasefire claims, announces truce between Israel and Iran, says the 12-day war has ended. After rejecting Trump's ceasefire claims, Iranian foreign minister says armed forces punished Israel till the last minute at 4 a.m. After Iran's missile attacks on US bases in Qatar and Iraq, Khamenei says Iran will not submit to anyone's harassment. After Trump's ceasefire claim, IDF says the Iranian missiles fired as Israel shot a while ago. Saudi Arabia has condemned Iran for attacking the US Odeid Air Base, calling it a flagrant violation of Qatar's sovereignty and airspace. And after 7 delays, NASA and SpaceX announced 25th of June as the new date for Axiom mission liftoff. And viewers, we have big breaking news coming in from Israel, where sirens have been sounding due to a missile launch from Iran. Air raid sirens have activated in northern Israel. Missile alert has also been issued for southern Israel. The Israeli Air Force, in a post on social media X, said, and I quote, a short time ago, alerts were activated in several areas across the country following the detection of missiles launched from Iran towards the Israeli territory. It went on to say, at this time, the Air Force is operating to intercept and strike wherever necessary to eliminate the threat. So despite claims of a ceasefire between the two nations, what we are seeing is hostilities still continuing, and Israel has been sounding alarms due to missile launch from Iran. Not only northern but southern Israel, there have been sirens that have been sounding, and the Israeli Air Force has also confirmed this, and it said on a social media post that alerts have been activated in several areas across the country, and this after the detection of missiles launched from Iran. And we have, viewers, more breaking news coming in. After announcing ceasefire, US President Donald Trump makes big claims. In a social media post, Donald Trump says Israel and Iran came to me almost simultaneously and said, peace. I knew the time was now. The world and the Middle East are the real winners. Both nations will see tremendous love, peace and prosperity in their futures. They have so much to gain and yet so much to lose if they stay away from the road of righteousness and truth. The future for Israel and Iran is unlimited and filled with great promise. God bless you both, Donald Trump said. And this is a social media post as Donald Trump claims that there is a ceasefire agreement between Israel and Iran. So big claims there by US President Donald Trump. Let's get all the updates. Deepak, my colleague, is now joining us live from the newsroom. Deepak, what updates do you have? Donald Trump has claimed that the two nations have agreed to a ceasefire, and he has now posted on social media as well. And these are big claims really by US President. What more details can you give us?
Claims coming in from the US. You know, we have US Vice President also coming out and saying it's a historic moment. It's a testament to the leadership of US President Donald Trump. But on ground, what we understand is that the IDF continues to sound sirens, claiming that Iran is now violating, the terms of the ceasefire. But now an official statement from Israel War Room has indeed come in, and the Israeli War Room has said that the Iranian regime continues to violate the ceasefire by firing ballistic missiles at Israeli civilians. So one thing is confirmed, that there was a ceasefire that was agreed upon, but what we understand right now is that IDF has also claimed that there are still incoming missiles from Iran and sirens are being sounded. In fact, Israeli army has said that Iranian missiles have been fired at Israel short while ago. So we'll have to wait and watch what the terms of the ceasefire are. But what we know is that Al Khamenei has also said that Iran is not a nation that surrenders. So what does this mean? This is a cryptic tweet and cryptic post put out by the supreme leader of Iran. Whether Iran has really agreed to it or not, that is the big question, because Iranian foreign minister had also just a few minutes before Donald Trump announced that there was a ceasefire between Israel and Iran, said that there was no ceasefire agreement. So there's a lot of ambiguity over the ceasefire claims by Donald Trump. We'll have to wait and watch what really transpires. missiles in the Middle East, because Iranian foreign minister in his same social media post had also said that Iran responded to Israeli threats till the last minute at 4 a.m. So Iranian foreign minister has also said that till 4 a.m. that Iran has responded to Israeli missiles, but now IDF claims that despite the ceasefire, Iran continues to violate it and missiles are still incoming from Tehran, and the IDF has sounded sirens. So we still have to wait and watch for the conditions, the terms and conditions of the ceasefire.
Right. Deepak, this is the situation is very, very surprising considering the fact that the two nations are talking about a ceasefire. The US is the one which is, helping in making this ceasefire. And there are reports that Qatar also helped broker the ceasefire. But the warring sides, they've been giving, a very ambiguous statement, as you mentioned. So this is a very, very bizarre situation, to say the least.
That's right, Aishwarya. Now, over the last 48 hours, a lot has happened. It all started with US launching its precise bombers and its B-2 bombers and also its bunker busters on three key nuclear sites across Iran. And then came Israel's, firing, where it took out all the missile launchers and missile manufacturing depots as well. It bombarded 6 air bases and airports across Iran. And just when Iran was about to, retaliate, and it had already fired its first set of ballistic missiles towards the Al Udeid air base in Qatar, and Saudi Arabia had also condemned it, Qatar had condemned it, and after that Donald Trump came out and announced a ceasefire. So all of this was happening, in the midst of Iranian retaliation, but we'll have to still wait for at least a couple of hours till an official confirmation comes in from both Israel and Iran. All we know right now is that it's just Donald Trump and the White House claiming that there is indeed a ceasefire, when IDF continues to report that there are still missiles that are incoming from Tehran.
All right, Deepak, thank you so much for those details and giving us perspective on that story. Thank you so much. And viewers, we have more breaking news coming in. Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, has hailed Donald Trump's ceasefire initiative. In a post on social media, Gabbard said, and I quote her now, "Only President Donald Trump could have achieved this historic ceasefire agreement that brings us closer to peace. It was a Herculean effort that deserves the thanks of all the people of Israel, Iran, Middle East, America, and the entire world. Congratulations and thank you." So Tulsi Gabbard there hailing Donald Trump for the efforts that he has made to make sure that there is a ceasefire between Iran and Israel. Remember, these developments are coming in even as hostilities so far have been continuing between the two sides, and there have been sirens that have been heard in Israel, in southern and northern Israel, in both parts as well. And there have been no confirmation really that has come in from either of the warring sides. But at this moment, congratulatory messages are pouring in from the US administration. The Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, has now hailed Donald Trump's ceasefire initiative. Remember, it was Tulsi Gabbard about whom Donald Trump had said that she did not know much about Iran's nuclear arsenal, and she was wrong on many fronts. However, Tulsi Gabbard has now come out and she has hailed Donald Trump's ceasefire initiative. She has posted on social media. And Monday evening saw the arrival of a flight that was not just another international journey, it was a lifeline. The passengers on board were not merely returning home, they were escaping chaos and also finding refuge after enduring unimaginable fear. Now, this marked yet another chapter in India's ongoing Operation Synindhu, a heroic mission that has brought thousands of citizens back from the conflict zones, from Iran to Israel. The stories of relief, gratitude and reunions reflect the resilience of those affected, the meticulous coordination between the evacuation and the silent but powerful vow of India that you will not be forgotten. Here is a report.
A flight touched down at New Delhi's Indira Gandhi International Airport on Monday evening, but this was no ordinary arrival. Relief, gratitude, and eyes brimming with tears. Such was the scene at the Delhi International Airport. On board were 290 Indian nationals and one Sri Lankan, evacuated from the conflict-hit city of Mashhad in Iran. Each passenger carried not just luggage, but stories of fear, uncertainty, and a deep, deep sense of relief. Among those who arrived was Fatima Iman, a Sri Lankan national studying in Iran.
I feel really good and I'm really grateful for everything. The experience was really good. I contacted the Sri Lankan embassy for help, like when the Indian students were getting evacuated from my university. So I reached out to my embassy and asking them to contact the Indian embassy and to help me out in the evacuation process. The condition is really getting worse with each new day. It's really getting crazy nowadays.
For many like Fatima, this was a lifeline. Other Indian students and workers echoed similar sentiments, overwhelmed by the smooth coordination and quick response by the Indian authorities.
गवर्नमेंट की तरफ से बहुत ज़्यादा बहुत अच्छे से बहुत सेफ्टी के साथ हम लोग इवैक्यूएटेड हुए। सबसे पहले हम यज़्द में स्टे किया और वहाँ पर अकोमोडेशन बहुत अच्छा था, हमें होटल में रखा गया, फिर फूड भी था वहाँ पर, सब कुछ अच्छे से था, सेफ भी था वो रीजन। उसके बाद फिर हमें मशहद में शिफ्ट किया गया 2 दिन के लिए, फिर वहाँ से हमें डायरेक्टली शिराज लाया गया बाय फ्लाइट।
On Saturday, another special flight from Mashhad landed in Delhi, bringing back 285 more internationals hailing from states including Bihar, Jammu and Kashmir, Delhi, Uttar Pradesh, Rajasthan, Gujarat and Maharashtra. The evacuation was part of India's ongoing Operation Synindhu, a mission of mercy executed with precision and compassion. With this latest flight, 2,003 Indian citizens have been brought home safely from Iran since tensions erupted across West Asia. The Ministry of External Affairs confirmed that this is just part of a broader effort to bring every Indian back home safely. In addition to evacuations from Iran, India also pulled out 160 of its nationals from Israel and Jordan on Sunday, many of whom were forced to take shelter in bunkers as air raid sirens wailed and missiles lit up the skies. The sound of home has never been more comforting. Operation Synindhu is not just an evacuation. It is India's silent vow to its citizens. You will not be forgotten.
On to some other news now. National Security Advisor Ajit Doval called on Chinese Foreign Minister and who's also a member of the Politburo of the ruling Chinese Communist Party, Wang Yi, in Beijing on Monday. NSA Doval is currently in China to attend the 20th meeting of the SCO Security Council. Here is a 1-minute report. Take a look.
National Security Advisor Ajit Doval met Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi in Beijing on Monday. NSA Doval is currently in China to attend the 20th meeting of the SCO Security Council Secretaries. During the meeting, the two leaders discussed the progress in the restoration of bilateral ties between India and China. The two leaders underscored the need to promote overall development of the India-China bilateral relations, including by fostering greater people-to-people ties. Doval also emphasized the need to counter terrorism in all its forms and manifestations to maintain overall peace and stability in the region. The two leaders also exchanged views on the ongoing global conflicts during the meeting.
And viewers, breaking news coming in after Donald Trump's ceasefire announcement. Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi has categorically denied any ceasefire. In a post on X, Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi said, and I quote him now, As Iran has repeatedly made clear, Israel launched war on Iran and not the other way around. As of now, there is no agreement on any ceasefire or cessation of military operations, he said, and I unquote him now. However, provided that the Israeli regime stops its illegal aggression against the Iranian people no later than 4 a.m. Tehran time, we have no intentions to continue our response afterwards. The final decision on the cessation of our military operations will be made later. So, Iranian Foreign Minister, they're saying that no deal, no ceasefire deal really has been agreed upon. However, there seems to be some mellowing in his tone, because he said that despite no agreement or any ceasefire or cessation of military operation, but if the Israeli regime stops its aggression against Iranian people, and he has given a time also, no later than 4 a.m., then we have no intention to continue our response afterwards. So what we are witnessing is a sort of mellowing of tone, while he's saying that there is no agreement that has been decided upon. But Iran there showing some intentions of stopping the military operations, provided Israel stops the aggression. And the recent US-Israeli strikes on Iranian nuclear sites have sent shockwaves throughout the region, plunging West Asia into a state of heightened tension. The daring midnight operation, where they targeted the key facilities in Fordo, Natanz and Isfahan, has sparked a fierce response from Iran, with the country's army chief of staff issuing a stern warning that we will take action against the American mistake and will continue to punish Netanyahu until he is brought to desperation. Take a look at this report.
A day after United States' daring midnight operation hammer that obliterated nuclear sites of Fordo, Natanz and Isfahan.
A short time ago, the U.S. military carried out massive precision strikes on the 3 key nuclear facilities in the Iranian regime: Fordo, Natanz, and Esfahan. Everybody heard those names for years as they built this horribly destructive enterprise. Our objective was the destruction of Iran's nuclear enrichment capacity and a stop to the nuclear threat posed by the world's #1 state sponsor of terror.
Iranian Army Chief of Staff Mossavi has issued an unmissable warning. Meanwhile, White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt stated, and I quote, "America is much safer place today because of President Trump's bold actions to obliterate the rogue radical Iranian regime's nuclear capabilities." Listen in.
We just took out their nuclear program on Saturday night, as you all know. But if they refuse to engage in diplomacy moving forward, why shouldn't the Iranian people rise up against this brutal terrorist regime? That's a question the president raised. He has made his message to Iran quite clear.
West Asia continues to be on the edge, with no signs of abatement in sight.
ממשיכים להעמיק את הפגיעה בכל רכיבי תוכנית הגרעין, לרבות אורניום. פגענו באורניום מאושר, פגענו במעבדות לייצור אורניום, וגם רכיבים אחרים, צנטריפוגות, מעבדות, כורים ועוד ועוד רכיבים. יש לנו מודיעין שידענו לפני כן, מודיעין מדויק, כפי שראינו בשבוע החולף, מתחילת המבצע.
In yet another major escalation, Israeli Air Force fighter jets carried out precision strikes in Tehran, targeting key command centers of Iran's internal security forces and the IRGC. Guided by the intelligence from the IDF, the strikes hit the Basij headquarters, the Elbows Corps, and other critical security assets believed to uphold the Iranian regime's internal control and military strength. The move is seen as a direct blow to Iran's domestic enforcement and military apparatus. Not just this, the IDF also confirmed striking access roads to Iran's underground Fordo nuclear facility earlier yesterday. Meanwhile, 2 days after Pakistan's Field Marshal nominated United States President for Nobel Peace Prize, the country has been forced to take a sharp U-turn. Pakistan has officially condemned the strikes on Iran, one of Pak's ally nation. As tensions continue to boil, IDF has issued a warning to Iranians and has urged them to evacuate Tehran. This as Israel hits Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps headquarters in Karachi. On the other side of the war, Iran's air defense system successfully downed an Israeli Hermes drone before it could carry out an offensive operation in central Iran. The escalating conflict between Israel and Iran, fueled by the United States' involvement, has brought the region to the brink of a wider war. With both sides trading missile attacks and the United States targeting Iranian nuclear facilities, the situation has become increasingly volatile.
Time to take a break, but we'll keep tracking those big stories. Donald Trump's big ceasefire claims, announces a truce between Israel and Iran, says that the 12-day war has ended.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates: IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
Ali Khamenei is living in the very center of Tehran, in the supreme leader headquarters. But of course, he left this building, this complex actually, on Friday, June 13, just when the Israeli strike began. We have a few possibilities. We know that he has also a very fortified bunker in the north of the capital of Tehran, in the Lavizan area, which is a residential part of Tehran with a lot of wood and so on. And there is a very important military garrison and a bunker for Ali Khamenei. He could be there, but he could be also in the city where his family is living, Mashhad, in the northeast of Iran, approximately 900 kilometers east of Tehran. And of course, actually, he could be anywhere. We don't know. The only thing we know for sure is that he fears for his life and is hiding. Actually, everything is in the hands of the Iranian leaders. They decide their future actually now. If they decide to strike back and to attack the military, the American army somewhere in the Middle East, or maybe somewhere else in the world, or a US embassy and so on, of course the US will come back with other planes, other bombs, and will finish the job. That's very clear. So they have one option to strike back. They have another option to continue to strike Israel, as they did actually this morning, and organize something more discreet to strike the US. For instance, using international terrorism, as they did for the last 46 years. In this case, they could say, of course, this is not us. This is a group. We don't know them. We don't know why they attacked you. But everyone, of course, will know.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
The fact is that Donald Trump said within 2 weeks he will take action. He could have taken action the very next hour. He said within 2 weeks. He did not say he's going to wait 2 weeks. He said within 2 weeks. And he's a man who he lives up to his word. And I can tell you that this is evolving exactly in the way that geopolitical analysis would lead it to evolve. With China basically joining hands with Iran, I think the Israelis will get a shock because they have been trying to cultivate the Chinese now for decades. And now I think they'll be given a rude reality check on that. And the US is inevitable it comes in because it is not going to allow a nuclearized Iran. There's no question about that. It's not going to allow it. And so what we are witnessing is the beginning of of something that could be international ramifications. You already got China into it. I hope for Russia's sake that Putin is not going lockstep with China, but he declines from giving massive assistance to Iran because that is going to help the US diplomacy under Donald Trump. But all in all, I know what side India is on. India is on the side of the democracies. Prime Minister Modi is on the side of the democracies. He understands geopolitics very well. And Trump also understands geopolitics very well. I know Putin also understands geopolitics very well. And it's in Russia's interest to ensure that it does not join with China in a full-scale attempt, a futile attempt, if I may say so, to try and assist Iran. So I'd like to say what we are seeing now is a very significant development that has been really brewing for so many years, since Cold War 2.0 between the US and China in particular. Other democracies also came. And now it is bursting into a kinetic phase. And I'm not surprised by that. I don't think anybody who has studied that analysis or read those analyses will be surprised. I'm only saying that Russia is an imponderable, there's no doubt about it. And China, I think Israelis have got a reality check on China. And I think
Donald Trump's big ceasefire claims announces truce between Israel and Iran, says the 12-day war has ended. After rejecting Trump's ceasefire claims, Iranian foreign minister says armed forces punished Israel till the last minute at 4 a.m. After Iran's missile attacks on US bases in Qatar and Iraq, Khamenei says Iran will not submit to anyone's harassment. After Trump's ceasefire claim, IDF says Iranian missiles fired at Israel short while ago. Saudi Arabia has condemned Iran for attacking the US Al Udeid air base, calling it a flagrant violation of Qatar's sovereignty and airspace. And after 7 days, NASA and SpaceX announced 25th of June as the new date for Axiom mission liftoff. Big breaking news coming in from Israel, where sirens have been sounded due to a missile launch from Iran. Air raid systems have been activated in northern Israel, and missile alert has also been issued for southern Israel. The Israel Air Force, in a post on X, has said that a short time ago, alerts were activated in several areas across the country following the detection of missiles launched from Iran towards Israeli territory. And at this time, the Air Force is operating to intercept and strike wherever necessary to eliminate the threat. So sirens have been sounded across Israel. Remember, this alert comes even as Iran's foreign minister hinted that hostilities may have ended and Iran would halt its military response if Israel also stopped its strikes on Iran by 4 a.m. local time. And viewers, we have more breaking news coming in. After announcing ceasefire, US President Donald Trump has made big claims. In a social media post, Donald Trump says, and I quote him now, "Israel and Iran came to me almost simultaneously and said, 'Peace.' I knew the time was now. The world and the Middle East are the real winners. Both nations will see tremendous love, peace and prosperity in their futures. They have so much to gain and yet so much to lose if they stay away from the road of righteousness and truth. The future for Israel and Iran is unlimited and filled with great promise. God bless you both," he said on a social media post. So Donald Trump really claiming victory there and saying that the two sides have agreed to a ceasefire. However, no confirmation really has come in from either sides. He said that the two sides came to me and said peace. So Donald Trump was saying that the two warring sides came to him and asked for brokering a ceasefire. However, neither of the warring sides, Israel and Iran, have confirmed such developments so far. There's been no official statement on cessation of hostilities from either side. So Donald Trump announcing a complete and a total Israel-Iran ceasefire, yet neither sides it has officially confirmed. He has posted this on social media. However, what we do know, sirens have been sounded across Israel, and the Israeli Defense Forces are saying that they have identified missiles that have been launched towards their country from Iran, and that their defense systems are activated at the moment. So the Israeli Defense Forces saying that sirens have been sounded across several areas in Israel following the identification of missiles launched from Iran towards the state of Israel. But Donald Trump there claiming victory and saying that the ceasefire has been agreed upon by the two warring sides. And he said that the two sides came to me and said they wanted peace. So the last 48 hours really have reshaped the Middle East and possibly the world. So let's break it down. Let's see how the high-stakes drama between Israel, Iran and the United States unfolded minute by minute, strike by strike. So it really began with the firepower on 22nd of June. The United States launched precision strikes on key Iranian nuclear sites, targeting the three nuclear sites we know, Fordo, Natanz and Isfahan. And hours later, Israel expanded the offensive, hitting missile launchers and depots deep inside the Iranian territory. So Israel intensified the strikes inside Tehran. Israeli warplanes pounded 6 major air bases across Iran, crippling parts of Tehran's military infrastructure. But Iran did not stay silent. On 23rd of June, it fired multiple missiles at the United States. Now, Al Ubaid air base in Qatar was hit, and that escalated the confrontation to new heights. However, in this, no casualties were reported. And Israel also responded swiftly, intensifying airstrikes in the heart of Tehran and signaling no pause and no hesitation. And Iran's foreign ministry sent a sharp message that there is no ceasefire yet. But late that evening, a stunning announcement came. President Donald Trump decided that a complete and a total ceasefire between Israel and Iran has been brokered by the United States and the Qatari officials. And Trump's announcement was this. However, the immediate resistance was seen, and Iran publicly disputed the ceasefire claim, saying that no formal agreement has been reached. And today, the region held its breath. Iran sent a firm deadline, that is the 4 a.m. deadline. And remember, it's about 6:40 a.m. In Tehran at this moment. And the talk was about the 4 a.m. deadline. Now, if Israel stopped its aggression by then, Iran promised to stand down, as the deadline has already passed. Now, the skies fell silent for the first time in nearly 2 weeks. The fighting is halted. But sirens really have been going on in Israel right now. And global markets have stabilized, pricing in fragile hope that a ceasefire might hold. But a formal confirmations from both sides are still missing. So markets have stabilized on hopes that, after all, there is a ceasefire that has happened, as the US president has also confirmed. But neither of the warring sides really have issued any statements as far as finalization of a ceasefire agreement is concerned. The Iranian foreign minister did hint at a 4 a.m. deadline, which has already passed, obviously. But so far, no official statement about a ceasefire agreement has come in from both the sides. All right. All right. Major General K.K. Sinha is now joining us live for more on that story. Sir, very good morning, and thank you so much for joining us here on Republic TV. Major General,
good morning to you, Jahan.
Yeah, right. Major General, the past 48 hours really have been really bizarre. They're really reshaping what is happening in Middle East and possibly the world as well. But how do you look at the developments right now? Because Donald Trump has been tweeting and he has been confirming that a ceasefire has been agreed upon. However, no official statement really has come in from Israel and Iran, the warring sides. How do you look at these developments?
The situations on ground, if you see and then analyze the whole thing, situation is ground that, that Iran has retaliated by targeting, one of the base of America and Qatar, that. And it is exactly the same number of, ordnance which was fired by Americans, including the B-2 bombers, and they fired Tomahawk missile. Numbers are same. They have told the Qatar in advance and then they have strike. It was more or less a demonstration that, giving a space that we have also done it something. And this has happened after their foreign minister visited the, in Soviet Union. And probably the Putin has given an exit, the line that you also show that you have hit if the Americans have hit you. And I believe there must be some backdoor channel, communication which is on, especially with the Witkoff over there. They're talking about something, which is happening with the help of Oman. So it is a more or less an exit policy. As far as the Americans is concerned, they have done that. They have gone over there with, and their aim has been achieved. Whether they have carried out in Fordo and the two other things, Nataj and the Swan, they say that they have completed their mission successfully and they have achieved their aim. As far Israel was concerned, they were initially, was giving that they are more or less achieved the aim. See, when you say that you have achieved more or less the aim, there are two aims were there. One aim, through which they also contributed a lot, especially in the Swan and Nataj area. In Fordo, they have used the Americans to do the dirty job. After the second thing, that they wanted to degrade their missile capability to that extent that the ambition of Iran to go about 30,000 odd missiles, this was their target. As on today, they had only 3,000 they wanted. So they wanted to destroy. They have done the destruction. They have not clearly said if they have achieved the second part of their aim, which they were saying that partially they have achieved to a fair degree. In my assessment, they have achieved to a great degree of, their military aim on which they have gone to Iran. If the Iran has understood, if they do not, because you understand, we must understand, the world should understand, these are the frozen conflict. It can, it's like India and Pakistan. Anytime it can, take on and, it will take a different shape. For the time being, it has been contained and there is an exit policy. There is a face saving from, Iranian side, and Americans and Israelis have given that space to them. And I feel for the time being, the peace will prevail upon, and the aim by which the Israelis have done it from 7th October 2023, that, basically degrading the capability and capacity of 3H, there's Hamas, Hezbollah, Houthi. At the same time, the perpetrator of theirs, the master of them, have been given a very befitting reply. And this is the way actually you are supposed to do it. I hope the Iran behaves and doesn't carry on with the path which they were going on. And I think peace will prevail for the rest of the world. For the time being, it has been managed well. You will see, this is my assessment, that it will fastly develop in that line.
And Major General, how does this really temporary pause, so to say, really affect the nuclear stability in the Middle East, considering the fact that there is still no clarity on how much of the impact those US strikes would have had on arsenal, the nuclear arsenal that Iran possesses. How does this temporary pause affect the larger nuclear question in the Middle East?
See, as far the nuclear aspect is concerned, that Iran's determination to go nuclear, it has been, being managed from 2016, when the Donald Trump came, much before that also. When, the American line was there, especially on Obama administration, that there should be a talk on which they have gone for the nuclear deal, that Iran will not go for the weaponization of nuclear capability. At the same time, they can pursue something like for the peaceful purposes, for which they have given, for which the commitment from Iran was there, that they will not go for the weapon grade enrichment, that is about 90%. But behind the table, behind the scene, they were doing that exactly. They were going in that direction. And there was, when the Trump came this time, even that time, when Trump came in the first term, he was not in the favor of that, particular accord, and he walked away from that. That has given the space to Iran, because IAEA, representative was not been allowed to carry out the, inspections of the various nuclear sites. So there was apprehension in the whole world that, Iran is, getting near to a weapon grade of uranium and go for nuclearization. Other countries like China, not directly, but through Pakistan, they were helping them. I do not know how much help the Russians gave it, but through North Korea, there was, there were apprehensions that they were getting the technology. They are getting, probably they are very near to, weapon grade of enrichment of uranium.
Right.
And this time, that's why the Donald Trump, in the second term, he did try to go for a nuclear deal with them, the first term, which he had been the mistake.
Right,
but this time, the things are on. 6th round of talk is there, and I believe this will only settle when they will agree for that, the deal which they are talking about through Oman. Then only will settle. Otherwise, see, it will erupt again in a different form.
Right. Thank you so much, Major General, for joining us here on Republic TV and sharing our insights on that big story. Thank you so much. Meanwhile, in an act of retaliation to the US airstrikes on its nuclear sites after closing the strategic Strait of Hormuz to choke the global supply of crude, Iran fired a volley of cruise missiles at Qatar, targeting American military bases in the Arab region. A post attributed to Iran's Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei on X handle said that Iran was careful not to harm civilians, adding that the strikes were aimed at sending out a message that it did not submit to anyone's harassment. Meanwhile, Israel responded to the Iranian airstrikes on US military bases, saying that it bore the proof of its standing as a terror state. Here is a detailed report.
In his first public response after the US stealth bombers struck Iranian nuke sites, the Foreign Minister of the Islamic Republic, Abbas Araghchi, vowed to defend his homeland and people.
The United States' brutal military aggression against Iran's peaceful nuclear facilities. It is an outrageous, grave, and unprecedented violation of the fundamental principles of the Charter of the United Nations and international law. The warmongering and lawless administration in Washington is solely and fully responsible for the dangerous consequences and far-reaching implications of its act of aggression.
And true to his word, Iran launched a volley of cruise missiles at Qatar and in Iraq on Monday late evening, targeting American military bases. In dramatic visuals, the Iranian missile barrage lit up the night sky over the Al Udeid military base of the US in Doha. Deafening explosions were heard in Doha as the Iranian projectiles were intercepted and shot down by the Qatari air defense. Sending out a post from his X handle, Iran's Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei said his forces were careful not to harm civilians in the Arab nations, adding that the strikes carried a message that his regime would not submit to anyone's harassment. The Iranian armed forces put out a release stating that the strikes were carried out under the guidance of the Supreme National Security Council and the leadership of the central headquarters of Khatam al-Anbiya, the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, with the sacred court Ya Aba Abdullah al-Hussein. The kingdom meanwhile reacted in anger, calling the Iranian airstrikes as a flagrant contravention of international laws. Responding to Iran's retaliation to US airstrikes, Israel said they were proof of the former standing, quote-unquote, as a terror state. The US meanwhile advised its citizens and consular staff to stay hunkered down in shelters and heed military advice. However, no American life was harmed in the Iranian airstrikes as the US troops scrambled to take cover amid the blaring sirens. A report said US President Donald Trump went into a huddle with the stop-minders in the Situation Room, taking real-time briefings on the Iranian strikes. Meanwhile, the Indian Embassy in Qatar put out a statement advising all citizens to remain indoors. Air India diverted a Doha-bound flight to Kannur after the country closed its airspace in anticipation of the Iranian strikes. With Iran exacting a measure of revenge for the US strikes on its nuclear facilities, the world now awaits Trump's response.
And viewers, we'll take a very short break, but we'll continue to track the big story, Donald Trump's big ceasefire claims. He announces a truce between Israel and Iran and says that the 12-day war has ended. All the details and much more coming up ahead. Stay tuned.
आपकी फेवरेट हुंडई कार्स पर मिल रही है अमेजिंग डील्स। वैसे लोगे तो आप हुंडई ही, चाहे दिल की सुनो या डील्स की, तो जल्दी चले आओ हुंडई शोरूम।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
Good evening. Tonight, I can report to the American people and to the world that the United States has conducted an operation that killed Osama bin Laden, the leader of Al-Qaeda, and a terrorist who's responsible for the murder of thousands of innocent men, women, and children.
A short time ago, the U.S. military carried out massive precision strikes on the 3 key nuclear facilities in the Iranian regime: Fordow, Natanz, and Esfahan. Everybody heard those names for years as they built this horribly destructive enterprise.
Good evening. Tonight, I can report to the American people and to the world that the United States has conducted an operation that killed Osama bin Laden, the leader of al-Qaeda, and a terrorist who's responsible for the murder of thousands of innocent men, women, and children. It was nearly 10 years ago that a bright September day was darkened by the worst attack on the American people in our history. The images of 9/11 are seared into our national memory. Hijacked planes cutting through a cloudless September sky, the Twin Towers collapsing to the ground, black smoke billowing up from the Pentagon, the wreckage of Flight 93 in Shanksville, Pennsylvania, where the actions of heroic citizens saved even more heartbreak and destruction. And yet we know that the worst images are those
news. Let's take a look at some of the news from across the nation. After cruising to a landslide win in the by-poll to the Kalyarganj Assembly constituency in Bengal's Nadia district, ruling Trinamool Congress candidate Alifa Ahmed thanked Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee, saying her struggles and leadership inspired her in the run for the assembly. Amid the sparring tensions in West Asia and the severe escalation in the ongoing war between Israel and Iran, budget carrier Indigo issued an advisory for passengers, saying some of its international flights may experience delays or diversions. The advisory stated that adjustments in flight services were being made to ensure operations remain within safe and compliant airspace. A massive fire broke out at the banquet hall in West Delhi's Moti Nagar area on Monday late evening. The blaze, which was reported at 8:47 in the evening, has been brought under control. Union Minister Hardeep Singh Puri launched a veiled attack on the previous Congress government at the centre after attending a private memorial service for the victims of the mid-air bombing of the Air India Kanishka flight in 1985. Addressing a press conference, Puri said that for decades, previous governments at the centre allowed a situation where it was assumed that a better sense would prevail despite the horrific consequence of the people dying. He said the government of the day went back to business instead of dealing with the perpetrators. After scripting a win in Visawadar Assembly by-election by a margin of 17,000 votes, Aam Aadmi Party candidate Gopal Italia said that the poll was contested and won by the people and he was merely a medium. Claiming that the ruling BJP did everything in its power to win the by-poll, the AAP candidate said the people of Gujarat were yearning for change at the helm. The Adani New Industries Limited announced the successful commissioning of India's first off-grid 5-megawatt green hydrogen pilot plant in Kutch in Gujarat, marking a major milestone in the nation's clean energy transition. The state-of-the-art plant is 100% green-powered by solar energy and integrated with a battery energy storage system, enabling it to operate completely off-grid. This represents a new paradigm in decentralized renewable-powered hydrogen production. The AINL plant is India's first featuring a fully automated closed-loop electrolyzer system designed to respond dynamically to real-time renewable energy inputs. And it's time to take a break, but we continue to track the big story. Donald Trump's big ceasefire claims, announces truce between Israel and Iran, and Iranian foreign minister says armed forces punished Israel till the last minute.
powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
In the Global Employability Rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ, डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
Ali Khamenei is living in the very center of Tehran, in the Supreme Leader headquarters. But of course, he left this building, this complex actually, on Friday, June 13, just when the Israeli strike began. We have a few possibilities. We know that he has also a very fortified bunker in the north of the capital of Tehran, in the Lavizan area, which is a residential part of Tehran with a lot of wood and so on. And there is a very important military garrison and a bunker for Ali Khamenei. He could be there, but he could be also in the city where his family is living, Mashhad, in the northeast of Iran, approximately 900 kilometers east of Tehran. And of course, actually, he could be anywhere. We don't know. The only thing we know for sure is that he fears for his life and is hiding. Actually, everything is in the hands of the Iranian leaders. They decide their future actually now. If they decide to strike back and to attack the military, the American army somewhere in the Middle East, or maybe somewhere else in the world, or a US embassy and so on, of course the US will come back with other planes, other bombs, and will finish the job. That's very clear. So they have one option to strike back. They have another option to continue to strike Israel.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
A very good morning, viewers. It's 9 a.m. and you're watching Republic TV. I'm Deepak Suresh Kumar. Donald Trump, US President, has gone on a spree, putting out various social media posts announcing a ceasefire, but the ground reality is that the hostilities continue. IDF has reported fresh missile barrage from Iran. We'll get you all the latest from Ground Zero, but after a quick check on the headlines. Donald Trump's big ceasefire claims, announces truce between Israel and Iran, says both nations approached simultaneously for peace. After rejecting Trump's ceasefire claims, Iranian foreign minister says armed forces punished Israel till the last minute at 4 a.m. After Iran's missile attacks on US bases in Qatar and Iraq, Khomeini says Iran will not submit to anyone's harassment. After Trump's ceasefire claim, IDF says Iranian missiles fired at southern Israel. Saudi Arabia condemns Iran for attacking US's Al Udeid air base, calling it a flagrant violation of Qatar's sovereignty and airspace. After 7 delays, NASA and SpaceX announced June 25th as the new date for Axiom mission liftoff. First up, viewers, we have some big breaking news coming in. US President Donald Trump announced ceasefire between Iran and Israel, saying the 12-day war will come to an end soon. Meanwhile, there has been no official announcement of ceasefire either from Iran or from Israel. Although, in a cryptic post, Iran rejected Trump's ceasefire claim, saying no ceasefire agreement reached yet, and Israel was punished until the very last minute at 4 a.m. That was the statement released by Iranian foreign minister, and the statement comes just after Donald Trump announced ceasefire between Israel and Iran. But ground reality is, viewers, that IDF continues to claim that Iranian missiles have been fired towards southern Israel. And also what we understand is that the local media there in Israel claims that there have been casualties in Beersheba location, where the IDF claims Iranian missiles impacted residential areas, killing people. And for the third time now, people across Israel have been asked to move to bunkers to get to safety. And this comes after Donald Trump has time and again claimed that Israel and Iran approached him simultaneously for peace, and that this is a big breakthrough in the Middle East. He has claimed to have stopped the 12-day-long war between Israel and Iran. And J.D. Vance has also reiterated Donald Trump's claims, saying that this is a testament to Donald Trump's leadership. But viewers, on ground zero, the war continues because Israel has reported back-to-back barrages of Iranian missile. We also have Major General Rajan Kochar joining us live on this broadcast. A very good morning to you, Major General. Donald Trump once again has come out with his sham of a ceasefire claim, but on ground zero, hostilities continue. IDF reports more missiles incoming from Iran. How do you look at the situation in the Middle East, sir?
Thank you for inviting me. You see, Donald Trump has got this penchant for announcing a ceasefire before those countries themselves announce it. We saw in Operation Synindhu also, the first statement for a ceasefire came from Donald Trump. But I think this ceasefire is likely to take place because it may be a couple of hours here and there. And before any ceasefire takes place, it's always nations who have been battered tend to give a last message or a last salvo to tell their people that they have been on the ascendancy. They have not accepted defeat, and it's only a strategic retreat. I would actually call it. I would call it a strategic retreat. Because Iran also knows that how long can it sustain this missile warfare. You see, it cannot be for infinite duration, because missiles arsenals are X number, and they were depleting by the day. And if you study the war doctrine of Iran, they never prophesize in going for a long war. They never prophesize for going into a conventional kind of a war in which they don't use their proxies. So that is the reason, because this war doctrine of Iran has been primarily modeled on a war with Israel and to a lesser extent United States. So that's why I see this claim of President Trump. It does have a weight, but the point is the timing of the ceasefire may not be what Trump is mentioning as 4 a.m. as you have just stated that Iran has carried out a missile attack.
That's right, Major General. I would kindly request you to hold your thoughts, because we have breaking news coming in. Israel claims that Iran has launched 6 missiles in 2 separate barrages, while there were only 2 missiles in the first launch. 4 missiles were launched in the second attack, out of which 1 hit an apartment building in southern Israel's Beersheba city. And according to local media, according to Israeli media reports, 3 people have succumbed. Residential areas have once again been hit. And coming back to you, Major General, Israel is calling this as the last-minute cheap shots by Iran. And Iran, meanwhile, we clearly saw Al Khamenei's statement coming in that Iran is not a nation that would surrender. So does this really mean anything? Help our viewers, read between the lines, Major General.
Yes, it means a lot. You see, I'll just give you a similar example what Pakistan did in Operation Sindhu. Just before the ceasefire was to start, Pakistan had launched a couple of drones into India to suggest that they had the last shot at India, and only then the ceasefire took place. Actually, what happens in these nations is that they have to satisfy their own people. They have to give a message to the own people. Now, the narrative building is very important in this war, and we are seeing this in the current wars, that the wars are won in the minds of the people, and it is the way a particular narrative has gone by. Today, Iran is going to say that it did not ask for a ceasefire. Already, we are seeing statements from Iran leaders which are saying that Trump was begging for a ceasefire, and that is why we accepted the ceasefire. So now, this kind of a narrative building is very important for a leader like Khomeini, because he has a larger than life figure in Iran, and he wants to prove to his own people that he could take on the might of the United States. And it was the United States which was compelled, especially after he struck the airbase in Qatar, to come on the table for a ceasefire. And secondly, he would also like to project a statement that we have successfully been able to infiltrate, our missiles have been able to infiltrate into the airspace of Israel and cause substantial damage to Israel. And that is why Israel has also agreed to the ceasefire. And why I say that is that this war was started on a particular political aim by Israel. Has that political aim been achieved in order to call for or to accept a ceasefire is my larger question to the leaders of Israel and the United States. The United States was time and again was saying that they wanted a regime change. Has that regime change happened? United States was time and again saying that we have destroyed the nuclear capability of Iran to build a nuclear bomb. Can we safely assume that Iran will not build a nuclear bomb now? So these are very, very pertinent questions which are related to this ceasefire. And I think this ceasefire, both the countries were finding a way out of the situation, because Iran also knew that it could not sustain this war for long, and it would have actually meant a large-scale destruction in Iran, because the way things were actually going about. United States wanted a face saving. United States also realized that it was also vulnerable in this region, because today if it is one or two air bases which have been attacked, tomorrow it could be larger attacks, and not only on the air bases, the security of the US citizens in other countries would also be at a risk, because Iran could carry out targeted killings on US citizens. So that was a larger picture actually coming into play, because once you initiate this kind of conflict, it is something like they call it in Islam, jihad. So they would actually go for the Islamic jihad, and they would target each and every American they come across in any country. So it was a vulnerability. I think a better sense has prevailed upon Trump. At the outset, I felt that he shouldn't have actually enjoined this conflict. He should have remained on the backstage. But he has been exposed now. His forces were exposed now, and the very fact that a large barrage of missiles, whatever, even if the missiles have not reached the target, or if it has not caused much damage, it is the resolve of Iran which has come out very, very strongly. And what a narrative I can see now is this war is being halted on a moral high ground for Iran, because a country which was being subjugated is now been asked for a ceasefire. That very narrative will actually come out very strongly from Iran, and you will see in the media reports also in the coming days. Each country is going to claim victory, because Israel will also say that we have demolished their military strength.
That's right, and Israel has been doing that, Major General. They have been taking out those missile launchers, and now in the aftermath of Donald Trump's so-called ceasefire claim, for the third time in the last hour, Major General, Israelis are running to shelter because another missile has been launched from Iran. And as per media, 7 Israeli civilians have been pronounced dead on the scene of these strikes in Beersheba. This is in southern Israel. Iran continues to attack Israel. According to IDF's latest bulletin that it has released, 2 barrages of missiles were detected. The first one included just 2 missiles, and the second one included 4 missiles, and one of those missiles hit a residential apartment, the visuals of which are on your screens. Viewers, these are the pictures in the aftermath of Iran's missile strike in Beersheba. Residential structures have been hit, and according to Israeli media, 7 Israelis have been pronounced dead. Well, Major General, in the last 48 hours, we've seen a lot of action, in this part of the world. First, US launched its precise military strikes on Iranian nuclear sites. But, we only have the satellite images from the surface of the ground. We don't really know what happened underground, whether these bunker busters were really effective and whether they managed to, completely wipe out the nuclear programs of Iran. But that's the claim that Donald Trump has made, that the nuclear facilities were completely obliterated. Do you think that this has set back Iran's, nuclear program, or it has in fact further enhanced it with the provocation?
A very interesting question, because we don't hear any statements by Iran that a substantial damage has been caused, and there have been reports also that Iran has shifted its uranium out of this place. I was also reading an interesting report, of course this has not been collaborated, that three transport aircrafts came from China, and maybe these stuff has been moved to China or something like that, which is actually not possible. But notwithstanding that, there are two things actually emerging out of it. First is, even if you have, even we take a scenario that you have destroyed whatever uranium was there, of course, there was no sign of any kind of a radiation. So that claim also, I will put a question mark on that. But even if you have destroyed the facilities, everything, you have set back their nuclear program by only a couple of years. There are countries like North Korea who are coming forward now, telling Iran that we are going to support your nuclear program, you can restart again. So the point is that you have not removed the thought or from the leadership, or you have not influenced the leadership to that extent, even after such punitive actions, to do away from their nuclear program. And they are not going to do away from their nuclear program if President Trump has an assumption that carrying out these bomber attacks, he has put an end to the nuclear dream of Iran. That he is very sadly mistaken, because his policy is my way or the highway. And he has been resorting to this policy with all the countries, and he hasn't achieved much success. Even on the tariff issue, he had to roll back a number of times. And today I think the reputation of United States and the credibility of Trump is at stake. And why I actually say that is because when you announce a ceasefire, when you announce a time, and if it is not implemented by a particular country, now I would like to see if there is going to be a response from Israel. Because moment there is a response to this Iranian strikes, I don't think this ceasefire will hold then. Because now President Trump will have to prevail upon Netanyahu that you will not respond to any of these actions now. And possibly this would be the last strike by Iran, because Iran also knows that any further strike apart from this will lead to the recommencing of the war, and this ceasefire will not hold. So I think this ceasefire is a welcome step, not only for Iran.
That's right, Major General. If Donald Trump is a man of his word, it's time that he steps in and leashes Iran, saying that, look, the time for retaliation is over. Now we've announced a ceasefire. Let's drop the terms and conditions and let's, amicably agree upon cessation of hostilities. Only if Donald Trump does that will only then the war will come to an end. But we'll keep seeing cheap shots as Israel claims that Iran is bombarding residential structures. But many thanks, Major General, for joining us with those insights. Now let's also move on and tell you, viewers, that National Security Advisor NSA Ajit Doval is currently in Beijing. He's called upon the Chinese minister and also member of the Politburo of the CCP ahead of the SCO summit. Here's a quick report on that.
National Security Advisor Ajit Doval met Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi in Beijing on Monday. NSA Doval is currently in China to attend the 20th meeting of the SCO Security Council Secretaries. During the meeting, the two leaders discussed the progress in the restoration of bilateral ties between India and China. The two leaders underscored the need to promote overall development of the India-China bilateral relations, including by fostering greater people-to-people ties. Doval also emphasized the need to counter terrorism in all its forms and manifestations to maintain overall peace and stability in the region. The two leaders also exchanged views on the ongoing global conflicts during the meeting.
Moving on, viewers, Monday evening saw the arrival of a flight that was not just another international journey, it was a lifeline. The passengers on board were not merely returning home, they were escaping chaos and finding refuge after enduring unimaginable fear. And this marked yet another chapter in India's ongoing Operation Synindhu, a heroic mission that has brought thousands of citizens back from the conflict zones, from Iran to Israel. The stories of relief, gratitude and reunions reflect the resilience of those who have been affected, the meticulous coordination behind the evacuation, and the silent but powerful vow of India that the citizens will not be left alone. Here's a report.
A flight touched down at New Delhi's Indira Gandhi International Airport on Monday evening, but this was no ordinary arrival. Relief, gratitude, and eyes brimming with tears. Such was the scene at the Delhi International Airport. On board were 290 Indian nationals and one Sri Lankan, evacuated from the conflict-hit city of Mashhad in Iran. Each passenger carried not just luggage, but stories of fear, uncertainty, and a deep, deep sense of relief. Among those who arrived was Fatima Iman, a Sri Lankan national studying in Iran.
I feel really good and I'm really grateful for everything. The experience was really good. I contacted the Sri Lankan embassy for help, like when the Indian students were getting evacuated from my university. So I reached out to my embassy and asking them to contact the Indian embassy and to help me out in the evacuation process. The condition is really getting worse with each new day. It's really getting crazy nowadays.
For many like Fatima, this was a lifeline. Other Indian students and workers echoed similar sentiments, overwhelmed by the smooth coordination and quick response by the Indian authorities.
गवर्नमेंट की तरफ से बहुत ज़्यादा बहुत अच्छे से बहुत सेफ्टी के साथ हम लोग इवैक्यूएटेड हुए। सबसे पहले हम यज़्द में स्टे किया और वहाँ पर अकोमोडेशन बहुत ही अच्छा था, हमें होटल में रखा गया, फिर फूड भी था वहाँ पर, सब कुछ अच्छे से था, सेफ भी था वो रीजन। उसके बाद फिर हमें मशहद में शिफ्ट किया गया 2 दिन के लिए, फिर वहाँ से हमें डायरेक्टली शिराज लाया गया बाय फ्लाइट।
On Saturday, another special flight from Mashhad landed in Delhi, bringing back 285 more internationals hailing from states including Bihar, Jammu and Kashmir, Delhi, Uttar Pradesh, Rajasthan, Gujarat and Maharashtra. The evacuation was part of India's ongoing Operation Synindhu, a mission of mercy executed with precision and compassion. With this latest flight, 2,003 Indian citizens have been brought home safely from Iran since tensions erupted across West Asia. The Ministry of External Affairs confirmed that this is just part of a broader effort to bring every Indian back home safely. In addition to evacuations from Iran, India also pulled out 160 of its nationals from Israel and Jordan on Sunday, many of whom were forced to take shelter in bunkers as air raid sirens wailed and missiles lit up the skies. The sound of home has never been more comforting. Operation Synindhu is not just an evacuation. It is India's silent vow to its citizens. You will not be forgotten.
With that, viewers, it's time for a quick break. On the other side, we'll tell you about Saudi Arabia condemning Iran for attacking US's airbase, calling it a flagrant violation of Qatar's sovereignty and airspace. Along with that, we'll also tell you about the much-awaited update. After 7 delays, NASA and SpaceX announced June 25 as the new date for Axiom mission liftoff. Stay tuned.
powered by Century Ply Club Prime. रहो बेफिक्र.
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ. डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड में मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा. अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ. सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार. MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला.
The fact is that Donald Trump said within 2 weeks he will take action. He could have taken action the very next hour. He said within 2 weeks. He did not say he's going to wait 2 weeks. He said within 2 weeks. And he's a man who he lives up to his word. And I can tell you that this is evolving exactly in the way that geopolitical analysis would lead it to evolve. With China basically joining hands with Iran, I think the Israelis will get a shock because they have been trying to cultivate the Chinese now for decades. And now I think they'll be given a rude reality check on that. And the US is inevitable it comes in because it is not going to allow a nuclearized Iran. There's no question about that. It's not going to allow it. And so what we are witnessing is the beginning of of something that could be international ramifications. You already got China into it. I hope for Russia's sake that Putin is not going lockstep with China, but he declines from giving massive assistance to Iran because that is going to help the US diplomacy under Donald Trump. But all in all, I know what side India is on. India is on the side of the democracies. Prime Minister Modi is on the side of the democracies. He understands geopolitics very well. And Trump also understands geopolitics very well. I know Putin also understands geopolitics very well. And it's in Russia's interest to ensure that it does not join with China in a full-scale attempt, a futile attempt, if I may say so, to try and assist Iran. So I'd like to say what we are seeing now is a very significant development that has been really brewing for so many years, since Cold War 2.0 between the US and China in particular. Other democracies also came. And now it is bursting into a kinetic phase. And I'm not surprised by that. I don't think anybody who has studied that analysis or read those analyses will be surprised. I'm only saying that Russia is an imponderable, there's no doubt about it. And China, I think Israelis have got a reality check on China. And I think I applaud President Trump for acting the way he did and preventing a nuclearized Iran. I applaud him, and I can tell you, I know firsthand this government in India and President Trump.
Very good morning. You're watching Live and Breaking on Republic TV. I'm Aishwarya Kapoor. US President Donald Trump has announced that there is a ceasefire between Israel and Iran. However, no confirmation coming in from either side. That's the top story that we are tracking this hour. Let's also take a look at the other big stories in the headlines. Donald Trump's big ceasefire claims, announces truce between Israel and Iran, says both nations approached simultaneously for peace. After rejecting Trump's ceasefire claims, the Iranian foreign minister says armed forces punished Israel till the last minute at 4 a.m. After Iran's missile attacks on US base in Qatar and Iraq, Khamenei says Iran will not submit to anyone's harassment. After Trump's ceasefire claims, IDF says Iranian missiles are fired at southern Israel. Saudi Arabia has condemned Iran for attacking the US Al Ubaid air base, calling it a flagrant violation of Qatar's sovereignty and airspace. And after 7 days, NASA and SpaceX announced 25th of June as the new date for the Axiom 4 mission. US President Donald Trump announced a ceasefire between Iran and Israel, saying that the 12-day war will come to an end soon. Meanwhile, there has been no official announcement of ceasefire from both Israel and Iran's side. Although, in a cryptic post, Iran rejected Donald Trump's ceasefire claims, saying that no ceasefire agreement has been reached as yet, and Israel was punished until the very last minute at 4 a.m. All right, and we have breaking news coming in at this moment related to the ceasefire claims. Now, Israel has claimed that Iran has launched 6 missiles in 2 salvos. While there were only 2 missiles in the first launch, 4 missiles were launched in the second attack, out of which 1 hit an apartment building in southern Israel's Beersheba city. So hostilities really continuing even as Donald Trump said that the ceasefire deal has been agreed upon, and there have been missiles that have been coming in towards the Israeli territory, and they've been... All right, let's get a perspective. We are right now joined in by Executive Editor Aishwarya Kapoor, who is joining us. Aishwarya, very good morning, sir. And how do you look at the claims that US President Donald Trump has made regarding the ceasefire between Israel and Iran? Though what we are witnessing is that the hostilities are still continuing, and the Iranian foreign minister said that, that they will continue, that they are ready for a cessation of hostilities, but the time they gave was 4 a.m. But it's well past that time. How do you look at the present developments?
Well, at this point of time, first and foremost, we need to see that this time the American president was a bit smart. Last time when he called ceasefire between 2 countries, and this time, if you see, he has given a time of 24 hours. He said that I'm giving a 6-hour period to Iran and a 12-hour period to Israel. So that time is just not over. We need to understand, America went into Iran, destroyed their complete nuclear program, their work of the last 4 decades, 40 years of work in nuclear capability enrichment of Iran has been completely decimated. And if not completely, to a point at which they are at point start again. So Iran has been given a face saver. If you see, in the last 12 hours, the Iranian foreign minister reached Moscow. He had a meeting there. What we are being told by our sources here, because we were, I personally, and then 64 other flights from North America and Canada were en route to India when the Middle Eastern airspace, including that of the Qatari airspace, was closed. And then all of us are once again stranded back here in North America and Canada. But the fight remains that Iran told Qatar. Can you imagine? Iran has attacked American air bases in Qatar, and Donald Trump came out and said that I'm not going to retaliate. It seems that there is a backdoor conversation which has happened. America has achieved what it wanted to. America has brought Iran's nuclear program to its knees, if not the country, their nuclear program. That is what they wanted. That is what Israel wanted. Now a face saver has been given to them. Iran attacked the American air bases in Qatar, and Donald Trump came out just within minutes of that and said that America will not respond. America will not react, Aishwarya. So it is very clear that the fact is that a face saver has been given to Ayatollah Khomeini as well, to Iran as well, so that there is one balance point between both the countries from where you can achieve peace. And if you see that very first statement around 8 to 9 hours prior, if I could just read out 2 lines of it, he says that in approximately 6 hours from now, when Israel and Iran have wound up and completed their in-progress final missions for 12 hours, at which point the war will be considered ended. So he has himself given 12 hours. So all of this skirmishes now, one missile here, two missiles there, it will continue for a few more hours. But if it continues for 6 more hours from now, then it's going to be a point of concern, not right now. It's
Absolutely. So really, we have to wait and watch as to how those developments really pan out. Meanwhile, we had more breaking news coming in, viewers. Israel has claimed that its military has now detected a 5th ballistic missile launch from Iran. Now, sirens are expected to sound in northern Israel in the coming minutes. So the military, the defense forces, Israeli defense forces are saying that there have been strikes, that Iran is continuing to launch strikes. And they are saying, the Israeli Defense Forces saying that Iran has launched several more missiles towards Israel, and Israeli defense systems are operating to intercept these missiles. And how long is that going to happen is something to wait and watch. And we have more breaking news coming in. For the 3rd time in the last hour, Israelis are currently running to shelter due to another missile launch from Iran. Now, as per Israeli media, 3 Israeli civilians were pronounced dead on the scene of these strikes in Beersheba. So Israel says that Iran is continuing to launch strikes. And this after the news spread of a possible ceasefire. People across Israel are waking up this morning to the sounds of siren alerts. Let's get a perspective. Aishwarya Kapoor is joining us from Washington. Aishwarya, sir, as we can see, the hostilities are still continuing, and you mentioned earlier the fact that, it really have to wait and watch as to how many hours will this possibly go on. But how do you look at this so-called temporary truce that has been allegedly agreed upon, considering that there are no terms and there are no conditions? How is this going to hold? That is a question that needs to be asked. How and who will ensure that this truce is really agreed upon?
Well, I think Trump has, and just few seconds prior, Aishwarya, and I'm reading out the new statement which has been issued by the American president here in DC, and it's and I can tell you it is 10 minutes past midnight here, and he's still reacting. He said we couldn't have made today's deal, and I quote it in inverted commas, deal, without the talent and courage of our great B-2 pilots and all of those associated with their operation. In a certain and very ironic way, the perfect hit late in the evening brought everyone together, and the deal was made. So basically, America has brought, as we were just discussing, Aishwarya, America has disturbed and destroyed and brought the Iranian nuclear program to its knees. And I repeat, if not the country, their nuclear program, their work of the last 4 decades, 40 plus years in this area has been brought to a standstill, has been brought to a point, go to a point of start again, to a point of beginning. And that is what Israel and America wanted. America does not want or do not want to destroy Iran as a country. They only wanted to destroy their nuclear facility, and that has been done. So Iran, if sources are to believe, that is the conversation which happened between when the Iranian foreign minister reached Moscow today and had a conversation with not only the Russians but also the Turkish, and through Turkish, their American counterparts. That's the deal. Iran told Qatar that I am going to attack 4 or 5 different American air bases in your region. And that was allowed. If not allowed, America said that we will not respond. And that is an official statement coming out of Trump. Trump says, I will not respond to an Iranian attack on American bases in Qatar. Can anyone would have imagined it? It's a clear face saver being given to Iran. And now let 12 hours pass by, it is going to be a complete peace. Because if you see, the American president is once again reiterating. He's calling it a deal. He said that my B-2 bombers, we've achieved what we wanted. Israel has achieved what we wanted. And that is what has helped us to achieve this deal, because we've destroyed what we intended to. What America wanted to intend for the last 20, 25 years, ever since the Iran-Iraq war in the 90s, they wanted to destroy and completely bring the Iranian nuclear program to its knees. And that is what something which has been achieved for the first time in the last 4 decades by America. And that is it. Donald Trump is very happy. He doesn't want any more destruction. And we've already seen how Donald Trump himself wants to push himself for the Nobel Peace Prize. That is a different issue. That Nobel Peace Prize, the very non-profit, is being run by the same family, by the same company who owns Bofors. So if anything can be more ironical, I don't know. But the fact remains that it's a deal. It will take time for de-escalation. It will take time for a complete standstill. But till that point of time, few missiles there will be shot off from Iran and Israel both ways. But as far as Trump is concerned, he has spoken to both sides, or if he not personally, then his office and his officers. And that movement of the Iranian foreign minister to Moscow has brought that deal out through the Turkish and then getting in touch with their American counterparts. And then the American president coming out that 12 hours, there will be a complete ceasefire between Iran and Israel.
Right. So you stay with us. We'll just come back to you. And viewers, we are getting you now the latest visuals of an aftermath of Iranian missiles at southern Israel. Those visuals that are going to appear on TV screens, you will see the aftermath of those missile attacks that have been going on. Despite the announcement of a ceasefire, those visuals you can see a damaged building there in southern Israel, and this as missile attacks have been continuing. This is what the Israeli Defense Forces are claiming, that sirens have been sounded and the missile attacks from Iran are continuing. Let's go back to our group political editor Aishwarya Kapoor, who is joining us from Washington. Aishwarya sir, now looking at, you mentioned about the role of Qatar. You mentioned how that attack on the US airbase in Qatar was very strategic. Right. It was very strategic, you mentioned. But what really leverage does Qatar have in ensuring that there was, in brokering the peace? As per reports, Qatar was also responsible in brokering that peace. So what leverage that country has in brokering a peace possibly between the two countries?
Well, it's a known fact that Qataris are equally close to the Americans and to Iran. Qatar is one country in the Middle East which has the massive American Air Force presence. The most number of American bases are in Qatar in the Middle East. It's a known fact, and that is exactly why Iran chose Qatar. But there was also another reason, if you see, and it has all happened in quick succession. Beg your pardon. The Iranian foreign minister flies off to Moscow. Iran chooses to attack not 4 but 5 different American military bases in Qatar. And as soon as that information comes out, the American president comes out and says, we will not respond. And I repeat, the American president came out and said that we will not respond to the Iranian attack on the American bases in Qatar. It was very clear then and there that it is a leverage which is being given to the Iranian political establishment, whether if you want to call it or not, to Ayatollah Khomeini as a face saver for his own people, because America, the very target of America is not to overthrow Ayatollah Khomeini's regime, but to bring their nuclear program to knees, and that is something which has been done. And if you see the latest comment coming in from Donald Trump was that we have achieved a deal, and he is thanking his B-2 bombers, he is thanking his pilots of the B-2 bombers, and is categorically stating that this is what we want and this is what has helped us to achieve a deal. He repeats the word deal thrice in one comment on the social media platform X, which his friend Elon Musk happens to own. But the fact remains that this is what America wanted. America wanted to broker a deal after bringing Iran to its knees. if not the whole country, I'm repeating, their nuclear program. Iranian foreign minister flying to Moscow, Iran choosing not 4 but 5 different American military bases in the region of Qatar and also certain in Kuwait is a clear sign that there was a communication. Qatar said, yes, we were told. Iran said, we told them. Donald Trump, the American president, thanked Iran for stating for a weak attack and telling the Qataris first. So there seems to be some backdoor dialogue, and that is what diplomacy is. That is what these ambassadors and senior foreign affairs officers do. There has been some face saver given to Iran, keeping in mind that Iranian nuclear program for the last 40 years, the work which they had done in this field for the last 4 decades has been decimated and considerably by the Americans.
All right.
They were allowed to attack 4 or 5 bases of America in the Middle East. It created chaos, but America said we will not respond. And here you have the American president coming out and saying that in 12 hours, there will be a complete ceasefire.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us from Washington and giving us those insights on that big story. So viewers, big breaking news. So what is happening is Donald Trump has announced a ceasefire, but strikes continue in Iran and Israel. Donald Trump's ceasefire claims turn hollow as war continues so far with a missile attack from both the sides, while Trump is also busy praising his military, and he says, we couldn't have made it to today's deal without the talent and courage of our great B-2 pilots and all of those associated with that operation. In a certain, a very ironic way, that perfect hit late in the evening brought everyone together and the deal was made. So Donald Trump there not only patting his back but also praising his military, even as the strikes continue in Iran and Israel. So far, Trump's ceasefire claims have turned hollow, and war continues with the missile attacks from both sides so far. So Donald Trump's fresh claims on the ceasefire, and Donald Trump has said that Israel and Iran approached me and said peace. He said both the nations approached me simultaneously. Further, he said, I knew the time was now. The world and the Middle East are the real winners. That's what Donald Trump said. However, what we do know right now is that hostilities are still continuing, and the two continue to exchange missile strikes. And viewers, it's time to take a very short break. Coming up ahead, Saudi Arabia has condemned Iran for attacking the US Al Udeid air base, calling it a flagrant violation of Qatar's sovereignty and airspace.
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
विमल में गुलिस्तां के ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुलें तो जी लग जाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबान में खुद को ऐसे डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं? विमल, बोलो जुबान कैसी?
सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
Good evening. Tonight, I can report to the American people and to the world that the United States has conducted an operation that killed Osama bin Laden, the leader of al-Qaeda, and a terrorist who's responsible for the murder of thousands of innocent men, women, and children.
A short time ago, the U.S. military carried out massive precision strikes on the 3 key nuclear facilities in the Iranian regime: Fordow, Natanz, and Esfahan. Everybody heard those names for years as they built this horribly destructive enterprise.
Good evening. Tonight, I can report to the American people and to the world that the United States has conducted an operation that killed Osama bin Laden, the leader of al-Qaeda, and a terrorist who's responsible for the murder of thousands of innocent men, women, and children. It was nearly 10 years ago that a bright September day was darkened by the worst attack on the American people in our history. The images of 9/11 are seared into our national memory. Hijacked planes cutting through a cloudless September sky, the Twin Towers collapsing to the ground, black smoke billowing up from the Pentagon, the wreckage of Flight 93 in Shanksville, Pennsylvania, where the actions of heroic citizens saved even more heartbreak and destruction. And yet we know
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. रहो बेफिक्र.
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ. डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड में मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा. अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ. सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध. MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा.
Ali Khamenei is living in the very center of Tehran, in the supreme leader headquarters. But of course, he left this building, this complex actually, on Friday, June 13, just when the Israeli strike began. We have a few possibilities. We know that he has also a very fortified bunker in the north of the capital of Tehran, in the Lavizan area, which is a residential part of Tehran with a lot of wood and so on. And there is a very important military garrison and a bunker for Ali Khamenei. He could be there, but he could be also in the city where his family is living, Mashhad, in the northeast of Iran, approximately 900 kilometers east of Tehran. And of course, actually, it could be anywhere. We don't know. The only thing we know for sure is that he fears for his life and is hiding. Actually, everything is in the hands of the Iranian leaders. They decide their future actually now. If they decide to strike back and to attack the military, the American army somewhere in the Middle East, or maybe somewhere else in the world, or a US embassy and so on, of course the US will come back with other planes, other bombs, and will finish the job. That's very clear. So they have one option to strike back. They have another option to continue to strike Israel, as they did actually this morning, and organize something more discreet to strike the US. For instance, using international terrorism as...
We eat music, we breathe music. Music is our life. And music has also taught that my audience comes from diverse background, different religion, different... I feel I belong to every religion of the world. I feel I belong to every religion of India. So my life is music. So I'm very grateful to God Almighty.
That's amazing.
Ali Khamenei is living in the very center of Tehran, in the Supreme Leader headquarters. But of course, he left this building, this complex actually, on Friday, June 13, just when the Israeli strike began. We have a few possibilities. We know that he has also a very fortified bunker in the north of the capital of Tehran, in the Lavizan area, which is a residential part of Tehran with a lot of wood and so on. And there is a very important military garrison and a bunker for Ali Khamenei. He could be there, but he could be also in the city where his family is living, Mashhad, in the northeast of Iran, approximately 900 kilometers east of Tehran. And of course, actually, it could be anywhere. We don't know. The only thing we know for sure is that he fears for his life and is hiding. Actually, everything is in the hands of the Iranian leaders. They decide their future actually now. If they decide to strike back and to attack the military, the American army somewhere in the Middle East, or maybe somewhere else in the world, or a US embassy and so on, of course the US will come back with other planes, other bombs, and will finish the job. That's very clear. So they have one option to strike back. They have another option to continue to strike Israel, as they did actually this morning, and organize something more discreet to strike the US. For instance, using international terrorism, as they did for the last 46 years. In this case, they could say, of course, this is not us. This is a group. We don't know them. We don't know why they attacked you. But everyone, of course, will know that it comes from Tehran, from the Iranian leaders. So I think that their options are very, very limited. And actually, my personal perception is that they will openly strike back to the US, because for them it's a question of survival. They have to show to their own nation, to their own people, that they are still strong, even if actually they are not.
Good evening. Tonight, I can report to the American people and to the world that the United States has conducted an operation that killed Osama bin Laden, the leader of al-Qaeda, and a terrorist who's responsible for the murder of thousands of innocent men, women, and children.
A short time ago, the U.S. military carried out massive precision strikes on the three key nuclear facilities in the Iranian regime: Fordow, Natanz, and Esfahan. Everybody heard those names for years as they built this horribly destructive enterprise.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
We are live and breaking up. Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest coming in. Just hours after Donald Trump announced ceasefire, well, we are seeing a different scenario play out where Iran is sending in missiles to the southern Israel region. We're coming to know that many civilians have been injured. Coming to know that 3 civilians have lost their life in Israel post these attacks. We'll get to all those details, but as usual, the headlines first. Let's get started. Viewers, the top headline: Donald Trump's big ceasefire claim announces truce between Israel and Iran, says both nations approach simultaneously for peace. Rejecting Trump's ceasefire claim, Iranian foreign minister says armed forces punished Israel till the last minute at 4 a.m. After Iran's missile attack on U.S. bases in Qatar and Iraq, Khamenei says Iran will not submit to anyone's harassment. After Trump's ceasefire claim, RAF says Iranian missiles fired at southern Israel. Saudi Arabia has condemned Iran for attacking the US's Al Udeid airbase, calling it a flagrant violation of Qatar's sovereignty and airspace. And after 7 days, NASA and SpaceX announced June 25th as a new date for Axiom mission liftoff. Let's go ahead to the big story that we're tracking for you right now. It looks like India has gone ahead and pressed the pedal on the Indus Water Treaty. This is coming in as India tells World Bank to pause expert proceedings on the Kishan Ganga and other projects in Jammu and Kashmir. Big update coming in. India ups the ante on Indus Water Treaty, viewers. We're getting these back-to-back updates coming in right now on Republic TV, where we see India taking an extremely important stand there. The treaty is in abeyance, and India says that stop the adjudication process. India ups the ante on the Indus Water Treaty. Back-to-back updates coming in here, Republic TV viewers, as we keep getting more updates. Let's tell you exactly what is happening. It's a big statement on the Indus Water Treaty to the World Bank. That is right. India making it very, very clear, telling World Bank to pause expert proceedings on some of the projects in Jammu and Kashmir. India seeks pause in World Bank experts proceedings over some of these projects. And I want to go straight across to my colleague who's joining us right now. We have with us our senior executive editor, Abhishek Kapoor, joining us. Abhishek, now remember, this is coming in as we see the dispute is being heard. There's a concern over these are two hydropower projects in Jammu and Kashmir. And right now we see India seeking a pause in the World Bank's expert proceedings over these projects. If you could just give our viewers some context to what has happened so far.
Well, the context is that India has put the Indus Water Treaty in abeyance, and while India was working on the two projects, the Kishan Ganga hydropower project on the Kishan Ganga River and the Ratle project on the Chenab River, Pakistan had objected to it, and as per the Indus Water Treaty mechanism, it had approached the World Bank, and World Bank had appointed a neutral expert by the name of Michel Lino. And the process was on. India had made its written submissions, and Pakistan's counter-protest note had come in, and it was to be discussed sometime in the month of November. Now that the treaty has been put in abeyance, and India does not intend to pursue any framework within the treaty to address disputes, and effectively it amounts to one step short of abrogation. So India has written now to Lino and asked him to excuse himself from the proceedings, given the fact that we are no more interested in following any process which is a part of the Indus Waters Treaty. And the reason is, of course, that Pakistan has been protesting against any step, be it on the existing projects or the future projects. So, for example, the Baglehar project, among others, India was wanting to carry out cleaning up operations, the desilting operations that are called to clear sediments, also in the Salal project, and on both Pakistan was objective, and because of which since 1980s, 90s, no desilting process, clearing of sediment had happened. In fact, to the extent that the government of Jammu and Kashmir state at that time had passed a resolution to abrogate Indus Waters Treaty because of which they were not able to clear water bodies like the Wooler Dam, Wooler Barrage. And so now India moving one step closer to effecting or implementing the abeyance of Indus Waters Treaty by writing to the World Bank deputed independent expert and asking him to stop the process or excuse himself from the process because India does not intend to follow it any further. This essentially clears the way for India to implement existing projects, clear the existing projects and implement new ones, including the Kishanganga and Ratland, of course, Pakal-Dul and Kiru and Kwar, which together account for about 3,000 to 4,000 megawatts of power, which was being held hostage by Pakistan. So I think the message is clear, Shivangi, that we mean business when we say that Indus Waters Treaty is not to be adhered to anymore, that it has been put in abeyance, and in fact plans are afoot to quickly execute a canal project which can bring the waters of the Indus system, at least 3 rivers of the west, and at least utilize the share that India had even under the Indus Water Treaty and was not able to use because of these objections by Pakistan.
All right. I want to go. Thank you, Abhishek, for joining us here. We also have with us Gursimran joining us right now. Gursimran, coming across to you right now. India has asked for a pause in the World Bank appointed neutral experts proceedings concerning the hydropower projects in Jammu and Kashmir and the disputes surrounding them. And we also heard a short while back what our senior executive editor Abhishek Kapoor said. If you could just take our viewers through the latest coming in.
See, this clearly means that India is not going to have negotiations with Pakistan on the Indus Water Treaty. Important to mention that India has made it amply clear when the Waters Treaty was kept in abeyance that it is going to be a permanent decision. And also we saw Union Home Minister Amit Shah making it very clear to the Pakistani side that it will be kept in abeyance and there will be no resumption of the Indus Water Treaty. And also the Prime Minister that water and blood cannot flow together. So this was very much clear, and now as we speak, India has now written to the World Bank neutral expert Mitchell Leno, in which India has made it amply clear to them that India do not need any kind of proceedings to go ahead, because the international arbitration is what Pakistan has always been lying upon to delay the projects that have been there. If we speak of the Baglihar project, it was in the starting of 2000 when Pakistan went for the international arbitration. It was a series of negotiations, series of talks that have taken place with the World Bank appointed neutral experts, and then India got a go ahead. So India's development has also been put to barrier by the Pakistan using these international arbitration or the World Bank neutral experts. But now India has made it amply clear to the Pakistani side that to the World Bank also, and also a message to the Pakistan that India do not need any kind of a World Bank proceedings over the Kishanganga project, and second is the project of Ratle power project, that is their hydroelectric power project that is in the Kishtwar district. It's important to mention that this comes days after the Jammu and Kashmir Chief Secretary, who has gone ahead and said that it needs to be taken at a rapid pace so that these projects can be completed at an earliest. So very clear from the Union government, from the J&K government, that there will be no rollback on the suspension of the Indus Water Treaty, because this treaty, this has been helping the Pakistan. It was the Pakistan that was getting the undue favors from the Indian side as part of the Indus Water Treaty, but now it will be in the abeyance, and India has written to the World Bank neutral expert Michel Leno asking the proceedings be stopped immediately. That means no negotiations, no visit of the World Bank neutral experts later this year. That was scheduled earlier in the month of December.
That's right, Gursimran. And like you were saying, Amit Shah, Union Home Minister, has also said India will never restore Indus Waters Treaty with Pakistan. So we have this big statement at the World Bank of India coming in at the back of that. Okay, just we're moving ahead right now, viewers, because we're getting some more breaking news coming in. We put our focus to what's happening in West Asia. Israel has claimed that Iran has launched 6 missiles. I repeat, 6 missiles and 2 salvos. While there was only 2 missiles in the first launch, 4 missiles were launched in the second attack, out of which 1 hit an apartment building in southern Israel's Beersheba city. Okay, so big update coming in right now, viewers, on Republic TV. We see that there has been back-to-back updates in terms of what is happening. Looks like the Iranian missiles are raining over Israel. Iran has launched 6 missiles towards Israel. So we have those pictures coming in for you. This is coming in from the Beersheba region, particularly. And this is Israel saying that Iran has launched 6 missiles in 2 salvos. while there were only 2 missiles. In the first launch, 4 missiles were launched during the second attack, out of which 1 hit an apartment building in southern Israel's Beersheba city. And at least 3 people have been killed, from what we understand, in the southern Israeli city of Beersheba, after the Iranian missiles are hitting residential areas as well. So we have with us right now, Major General Samar Partool joining us. And thank you for joining us, Major General Samar Partool, here at Republic TV. So with Trump announcing the ceasefire, yet missiles are being launched from Iran's side towards Israel. Is this truly a ceasefire, or what exactly is happening according to you, Major General?
Firstly, I'll correct you. I'm Major Samartur, not Major General. Secondly, you see, with the barrage of missiles which are being pounded by Iran, now it is amply clear that, the hindrance or the obstacle for Iran was the Americans. So after yesterday's bombing of the American air bases in Qatar, you see, Americans then reverted and said that now they're not going to respond to the missile attack from Iran. So they've called it, a spade for a spade, and they've called it off. And now, see, in the end, it is again, as I had been repeating from day one, that end of the day, it is going to be Israel, which is going to be left fighting alone by itself with Iran. See, as far as Iran is concerned, it has majority of the proxies already surrounding Israel. They have a decent intelligence which is present inside Israel. That is one of the major reasons that 2 days back a biolab was destroyed in Israel. So that was due to sheer 100% intelligence that Iran had. And they claimed that one of the biolabs was being used for termination of senior scientists and politicians and key IRGC figures with chemical resins and agents which were being produced from that lab. Then you see, now the issue is that there is no confirmation whether Iran nuclear program has been decimated entirely or not. And as far as Iran is concerned, they have already passed a resolution in the parliament asking the IAEA to leave Iran immediately. So basically now Iran has an upper hand in terms of going ahead with its nuclear program with the help of North Korea, China, and to some extent Russia. And see, it is now concerning because Iran has a multiple variety of rockets and missiles that it has pointing out towards Israel. So it has no dearth of arsenal in terms of missiles and bombs. So the issue is, how long can Israel sustain? How long can the air defenses be effective? Which we can see that the air defenses have eventually been overwhelmed and have failed, as you can see. So now I certainly believe that what Israel is going to do is it's going to go in for the assassination of the head of Iran, that is Khomeini. He needs to be taken out. That is what Prime Minister Netanyahu has been harping upon from day one. And Russia has been a strong opposer to this proposal. Russia said that will spark a big problem in the Gulf if Khomeini is terminated. So let's see in the coming 48 hours what is going to pan out and how Israel is going to go ahead with its operations against the Iranian regime.
That's right. I hold on there, Major Samar Partool, because we're getting some more breaking updates coming in. I'll come back to you on the second part that we're telling our viewers about. For the third time in the last hour, Israelis are currently running to shelter due to another missile launch from Iran. As per Israeli media, 3 Israeli civilians are pronounced dead in the scene of these strikes in Beersheba. Okay, so what we see right now is that residential areas are being targeted. We have some reactions coming in. Let's go to that first.
The damage is very big. There are some people that died there, and there are one team that helped there to save some peoples and some traps people. We're heading to Beersheba. The damage is very big. There are some people that died there, and there are one team that helped there to save some peoples and some traps people.
Let's go back to Major Samar Pal Tur, who's joining us once more. So what we understand is that Israelis are rushing to shelters as Iran is launching missiles. Major, this also brings a question from me to you, is that how is Iran justifying these ongoing missile strikes against Israel? Is it an internal division within Iran? And why is Iran targeting civilian and residential areas? It's raising huge concerns.
Iran, as far as Israel is concerned, its military installations are quite secure, though they have been targeted. A few months back, a factory called Rafael was targeted by the Iranians. That was targeted, and Rafael is a company which makes the air defense rocket systems as well. And since it has been attacked, it has not been able to manufacture any of its rockets again because of the extensive damage done to its assembly line. So you see, the main motive of Iran is to cripple the Israeli economical infrastructure. That is one of the major reasons why their banking buildings, one of the main buildings for banking headquarters, was destroyed. The stock exchange has been destroyed. Then Haifa port has been constantly under attack by the Iranians. So basically, Iran has a limited arsenal in terms of also targeting Israel, and hence it is going to make every barrage count. And as far as the missiles landing into residential areas, you see, that is what has actually happened in Tehran as well, despite the declarations by Israel for the various districts in and around Tehran to be vacated. But you see, there is very limited internet access in Iran, and probably now there is no internet access. The TV stations have been taken out. So as far as the Western propaganda is concerned, it is not able to reach the Iranian people. And as far as the Starlink facilities are there, they are not being availed because they have not been offered to the people of Iran yet. So it is a big concern. There has been no disruption in the unity of Iran. And you see, when IAEA on the 13th of June in the morning announced that Iran has defaulted in the non-proliferation treaty, that is when 200 fighter jets unannounced entered Iran and bombed all their nuclear sites. So that was the largest and historical provocation by Israel, and I'm sure that with the Americans also assisting the Israelis, the Iranians are going to vent it all out on Israel either ways, because Iran knows that the military might and the technology of the Americans is far greater than any other nation in the world. Yes. And so it is no match to going to war with America. It will give them no result. So end of the day, they are going to stick to their offensive operations against Israel, and Israel will be focused upon terminating the top brass of the Iranian regime, so that Reza Pahlavi, the son of the Shah, can rightfully again be reinstated in Iran, which is again unlikely because of the media blackout, because of the media restrictions in Iran. There is very limited support for the Shah's son, Reza Pahlavi, who yesterday carried out a press conference and openly asked Khomeini to leave Iran and seek political asylum in some other nation, and that his time is up. So with these provocations and with these statements coming in from both the sides, I do not see the matter dying down immediately. It is going to take time until and unless Israel does a precision strike at Khomeini.
Major Tur, we have a big update coming in, so we'll be coming back to you on this. This is the new update. Now what we know, Iranian state television reported that a ceasefire, I repeat, a ceasefire had begun at 7:30 a.m. local time in its war with Israel, even as Israel warned the public of a new missile barrage launched from Iran. That is right. Now, as these missiles are being launched from Iran and Israel is warning its public about it and Israelis are taking shelter, we're coming to know that this is the Iranian media ceasefire began at 7:30 a.m. local time. So this is a new update coming in right now. I repeat, this is a new update coming in right now. Iranian media is now saying ceasefire has begun. And if we have with us our guest, we can go back to Major Tour on this, because this is a new update which will also change how things proceed from here. So Iranian media, Major Tour is saying that ceasefire has begun, but still we see that Israel is warning citizens to be careful. We see that there are reports coming in of Iran launching missiles. So what exactly is this? Is this a shadow war with some diplomatic cover?
I have an app on my phone which gives alerts in terms of missiles coming in onto Israel from external threats. And so as far as I'm concerned, the missile attacks began at 8:45 Indian time. And as we speak, the missile barrages are still continuing. So I really do not know how authentic this declaration is that from 7:30 a.m. a ceasefire has been announced, because as I speak, there has been violation of the same and missiles are being shot at into Israel as we speak. The last warning that came was at 10:13. So this is a concerning development. And as far as the authenticity and the sincerity behind the ceasefire is concerned, I doubt whether Iranians are really serious about it or they are up for it after all the damages that they've taken.
All right. Thank you for joining us there, Major Toor. I will be coming back to you and our other guests as we decode what's happening there. I have to really move ahead right now. We're getting some more breaking updates coming in. A drone attack has targeted Iraq's Taji military base north of Baghdad. An unidentified drone hit a location in the base. He confirmed that there was no casualties in the attack and stated that further details would be announced later. Some local media reports claim that drone targeted a French-made radar system stationed at the base. The base, previously used by the US-led international coalition forces, was handed over to the Iraqi army in 2020. That is right. Now, the drone attack at the military base in Iraq comes after Iran launched multiple missiles targeting US military installations in Qatar and Iraq, including the Al Udeid air base in Qatar, the largest US military installation in the region. All right. Let's move ahead right now. We're coming to know that oil prices likely will be stabilizing near around $65 US. As Trump announces Iran-Israel ceasefire, SBI report is saying that crude oil prices are now expected to remain around $65 per barrel after US President Trump announced a ceasefire between Iran and Israel, bringing relief to global markets. According to a recent report by SBI, the price of oil depends heavily on Iran's response to recent tensions in the Middle East. The report laid out 3 possible scenarios, each with a different price impact. Now, with the ceasefire announced, a third scenario of ceasefire with Israel has come into effect. And crude oil prices are likely to stabilize around $65 US. Okay, let's go straight across to my colleague Rajat is joining us live from our Republic Business Desk. Good morning to you, Rajat. It looks like oil prices will be stabilizing after so-called Trump brokered ceasefire. That's what the SBI report is saying. Just take our viewers through the highlights.
Yes, Shivangi, very good morning to you as well. So as at least the world is having a sigh of relief because the oil prices are somewhat stabilizing at the level that no one imagined. As everyone expected this Israel-Iran war to escalate even further after the US intervention. But now, as Donald Trump announced the ceasefire between Israel and Iran yesterday, the oil market has stabilized. And if I will go and quote some data, early trading in the West Texas Intermediate crude futures futures for August have fallen by 5% to 65 per barrel today. And Brent crude oil have also fallen by 8%. Now the SBI has come up with a report giving three scenarios, and it's saying that the oil prices are likely to stabilize at $65 per barrel in the long term. And they visualize the three scenarios in which they said if the Iran would have retaliated very strongly, the oil prices would have gone up to $120 to $130 per barrel. And if the Iran attack was very symbolic, the oil prices would have been hovering around $80 to $90 per barrel. And now the ceasefire is announced, the oil prices are likely to stay at the level of $65 per barrel. And that is a good news, because Goldman Sachs and other agencies have predicted that along with the Strait of Hormuz closure and this escalation, the crude oil prices might touch $120 per barrel. And that is not a great news for the world economy, because you know the oil is something that have a cascading effect on the economy, and it percolates down to the every sector, and that is what was everyone jittery about, Shivangi.
All right, thank you for joining us for those details, Rajat. I will be coming back to you for more details and the latest coming in from the world of business. Have to take a short break right now, viewers, but much more coming right up. We'll put our focus on some of the other stories we're tracking, especially Donald Trump's big ceasefire claims, announces truce between Israel and Iran, and says both nations approach simultaneously for peace.
आपकी फेवरेट हुंडई कार्स पर मिल रही है अमेजिंग डील्स। वैसे लोगे तो आप हुंडई ही, चाहे दिल की सुनो या डील्स की, तो जल्दी चले आओ हुंडई शोरूम।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله Southwest, coming from the direction of Al-Udaid. Windows are shaking. La ilaha illallah. La ilaha illallah. Probably Patriot.
Allahu Akbar. Madam.
لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله Southwest, coming from the direction of Al-Udaid. Windows are shaking. La ilaha illallah. La ilaha illallah. Probably Patriot.
Allahu Akbar. Madam.
Donald Trump makes big ceasefire claims, announces truce between Israel and Iran, says both nations approach simultaneously for peace. Donald Trump's ceasefire claims fall flat. Iran continues to launch missile attacks, 3 Israeli civilians killed. After rejecting Trump's ceasefire claims, Iranian foreign minister says armed forces punished Israel till the last minute at 4 a.m. IDF says Iranian missiles were fired at southern Israel. Multiple casualties reported. Saudi Arabia condemns Iran for attacking US's Al Udeid air base, calling it a flagrant violation of Qatar's sovereignty and airspace. After 7 delays, NASA and SpaceX announced June 25th as the new date for Axiom mission liftoff. Countdown begins. A very good morning, viewers. It's 10:30 and you're watching Republic TV. I'm Deepak Suresh Kumar. First up, we begin with some breaking news coming in from Tel Aviv. Sirens and explosions have been reported in Tel Aviv, casting doubt over a proposed ceasefire between Israel and Iran. Remember, US President Donald Trump had made back-to-back announcements of a complete and total ceasefire following Iran's limited missile strike on a US military base in Qatar, a response to American bombings of Iranian nuclear sites. And Iran's foreign minister declared that the country would halt further attacks if and only if Israel stopped its operations by 4 a.m. Tehran time. However, just under an hour after the deadline, Israel reported incoming Iranian missiles in multiple barrages were reported across Tel Aviv, and as the missiles have struck residential localities, IDF has sounded air raid sirens, and sirens have been sounded across Tel Aviv. And this has urged all the residents to run to safety and also find shelter in bunkers. But what we know is that although Donald Trump claims that there is a ceasefire between Israel and Iran on ground, nothing really is reflecting as far as Trump's claims are concerned. Trump makes big claims about ceasefire, but on ground, Iran continues to batter Tel Aviv with missiles. And what we understand in the latest is that there are air raid sirens that are still being sounded. Now let's move on to more breaking news that's coming in, viewers. Unidentified drones struck radar systems at 2 military bases in Iraq. The strikes come just hours after Iran launched missiles at a US military facility in Qatar, the largest US military facility in the Middle East, in retaliation to the American bombings of Tehran's nuclear facilities. And the first attack hit a radar system at the Taji base north of Baghdad. This is the video that we have for y'all, and this is from Iraq. Drone strike at a Taji military base that has been reported soon after Iran launched missiles at a US air base located in Qatar. Now the focus is on another base located this time around in Iraq. Moving on, viewers, NSA Ajit Doval has called on Chinese foreign minister and a member of the Politburo of the ruling Chinese Communist Party ahead of the SCO summit. They've held talks on various issues. Here's a quick report on that.
National Security Advisor Ajit Doval met Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi in Beijing on Monday. NSA Doval is currently in China to attend the 20th meeting of the SCO Security Council Secretaries. During the meeting, the two leaders discussed the progress in the restoration of bilateral ties between India and China. The two leaders underscored the need to promote overall development of the India-China bilateral relations, including by fostering greater people-to-people ties. Doval also emphasized the need to counter terrorism in all its forms and manifestations to maintain overall peace and stability in the region. The two leaders also exchanged views on the ongoing global conflicts during the meeting.
And 65 Indian nationals from Israel, and the flight has landed at Delhi airport. These are the pictures from the Palam Technical Airport, and we also have reactions of these 165 Indians who have just landed. It's a moment of relief for them because they have been brought back from the conflict zone, which continues to see exchange of missiles. Although Donald Trump claims there is a ceasefire, but Iran continues to bombard residential areas across Israel, and there were several Indians who have been living in the conflict zone, and as part of Operation Synindhu, which is the central government's rescue operation, another 165 Indian nationals from Israel have landed at the Palam airport in the national capital, and these are the pictures of their return. Over the last few days, we've seen multiple flights landing, bringing back Indians who are stranded in the conflict zone. And Operation Synindhu, in this particular batch, has brought back 165 Indian nationals who are stranded in Israel. And the Indian Air Force aircraft has just landed at Delhi's Palam Technical Airport, marking yet another critical evacuation amid escalating tensions in the region. Now, these are visuals coming in from the ground, which clearly show relief and emotion as the passengers disembark the Indian Air Force flight. There you can see that the central government and the IAF officers marking the return of 165 Indians who were stranded. And right now you can see there, it's a sigh of relief for them. There's happiness on their face as they've returned to their motherland safely, all thanks to Operation Synindhu. These are pictures. These are first pictures of the Indian Air Force aircraft that has landed in Palam Airport. There you can see pictures of the Indian nationals who have been rescued from the conflict zone being brought back, and they have landed at the Delhi airport. This is the Palam airport that we are talking about. It was a swift and well-coordinated rescue operation. An Indian Air Force aircraft under Operation Synindhu has successfully brought home 165 Indian nationals stranded in Israel amid rising hostilities in the region. And the special flight landed just moments ago at Delhi's Palam Technical Airport, bringing a wave of relief and also emotional reunions. The families of these 165 Indian nationals are eagerly waiting at the airport, and now they will be repatriated with their loved ones. And these are the visuals coming in from the airport showing exhausted but visibly relieved passengers stepping back onto Indian soil after days of anxiety, days of uncertainty, and all thanks to the quick response by the Indian government. Operation Synindhu, which is yet another example of how India's resolute commitment is to protecting its citizens no matter where they are in the world, be it in Russia or Ukraine war zone, be it in the Middle East. The Indian government is committed to ensure the safety of Indians, and the Ministry of External Affairs and the Indian Air Force worked in close coordination to ensure this safe passage home. And these are pictures that we have from Palam Airport in the national capital. There you can see. Let's listen into some of these passengers who have just disembarked.
भारत से ही इधर गया हुआ था और वहाँ की स्थिति को देखते हुए मेरे माताजी पिताजी मेरे परिवारजन बड़े भावुक थे और उन्होंने मुझे चिंता जताई कि भाई तू अपने देश वापस आ जा। लेकिन मैं ये कहूँगा कि इस पूरे मैं कंटिन्यू करूँ क्या?
और भारत सरकार ने जिस तरह से एयरफोर्स को भेजा आपको रेस्क्यू करने के लिए, इसके लिए क्या?
देखिए, मैं ये कहूँगा कि ऐसा पूर्व भविष्य में कभी मोदी सरकार से पहले नहीं हो पाया, जो कि अब हम देख रहे हैं। जैसे आपने देखा होगा, ईरान से आए और इजराइल से हम यहाँ आए, इसके लिए हम बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद है हमारी गवर्नमेंट का। आप देख ही रहे होंगे कितनी तीव्रता से ये मिशन सिंधु चलाया गया और इजराइल से हमें यहाँ पर लाया गया। और ये दिनांक 22 तारीख को पहली हमारी फ्लाइट आई थी, जो कल पहुँची होगी यहाँ पर, और कल दिनांक 23 में हमारी दूसरी फ्लाइट थी, जो आज पहुँची है यहाँ पर। इंडियन एम्बेसी का इतना सहयोग मिला कि हम घरों के अंदर बंद थे, स्थिति भयानक थी, और वहीं पर हम जो है मेल के माध्यम से उनसे जुड़े रहे। वो पल पल की खबरें हमारे से लेते रहे। इंडियन एम्बेसी और इंडियन गवर्नमेंट का इतना अच्छा योगदान रहा हमारे लिए कि हम भयभीत होते हुए भयभीत नहीं रहे। और आभार व्यक्त करते हैं इस हमारी भारतीय सरकार का, आभार व्यक्त करते हैं इंडियन एयरफोर्स का कि हमें इतने अच्छे प्रकार से हमें यहाँ पर लाया गया, हमारे खाने पीने सारी व्यवस्था की गई। हम बहुत आभारी हैं।
आप रह रहे थे, वहाँ स्थिति कैसी है, सिचुएशन कैसी है?
मैं इसकी कैपिटल में था।
Well, viewers, the mission also speaks about the scale, speed and precision of this evacuation mission. And you just heard one of these passengers who arrived saying that this is a remarkable step by the Indian government. He has thanked the Indian embassy, Indian government, Modi government in particular, saying that this has never been done before by any of the previous governments. And they are thankful that the center is focusing on their safety, and they have ensured that Indians return home without any concern. Now moving on, viewers, protesters gathered in Los Angeles to rally against Iran's government, waving Iranian, US and Israeli flags while expressing support for President Donald Trump. Some even wore hats reading "Make Iran Great Again," echoing a phrase that Trump recently shared on social media amid talk of a potential regime change in Iran. And these are protests that have broken out against Iran in Los Angeles. We've seen protests in New York, we've seen protests in various parts of America, and these are the latest pictures coming in from Los Angeles. There you can see some of the protesters even wearing a hat which echoes a sentiment that Donald Trump has been speaking about over the last couple of days. Donald Trump has taken to his social media post saying that it's time to make Iran great again, echoing a phrase and also hinting at a possible and a potential regime change in Iran if Tehran refuses to stop its attacks and refuses the ceasefire deal. On that note, viewers, will slip into a short break. On the other side, we'll tell you about how Iran has violated ceasefire by bombarding some of the residential buildings in southern Israel. Along with that, we'll also tell you about Saudi Arabia condemning Iran for attacking US's Al Udeid air base, calling it a flagrant violation of Qatar's sovereignty and airspace. Stay tuned.
विमल में गुलिस्तां की ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की इस जुबान में खुद को ऐसा डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं ना? विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
Excellencies, 2 days ago, in this very chamber, I made a direct appeal: give peace a chance. That call was not heeded. Instead, The bombing of Iranian nuclear facilities by the United States marks a perilous turn in a region that is already reeling. From the outset of the crisis, I have repeatedly condemned any military escalation in the Middle East. The people of the region cannot endure another cycle of destruction. And yet, we now risk descending into a rat hole of retaliation after retaliation. To avoid it, diplomacy must prevail, civilians must be protected, safe maritime navigation must be guaranteed. The Non-Proliferation Treaty is a cornerstone of international peace and security. Iran must fully respect it. And all member states must act in accordance with their obligations under the UN Charter and other rules of international law, including international humanitarian law.
Welcome back, viewers. Donald Trump has once again taken to his social media and has posted, and I quote, "The ceasefire is now in effect. Please do not violate it." Donald J. Trump, President of the United States, has once again boasted that the ceasefire is now in effect, and he has urged both Iran and Israel not to violate it. This is part of Donald Trump's series of tweets now announcing ceasefire. First, he said a ceasefire deal had been brokered between Israel and Iran. Then he said both the nations came running to me simultaneously asking for peace. Now he says ceasefire is in effect. Don't violate it. This is yet another post put out by US President Donald Trump hours after Iran violated ceasefire and continued to fire missiles on Israel. Meanwhile, viewers, we also have big breaking news coming in. Japan has also welcomed Trump's claim of ceasefire between Iran and Israel. Chief Cabinet Secretary Yoshimasa Hayashi said, and I quote, "We welcome President Trump's ceasefire announcement and strongly hope it to be implemented," reiterating Tokyo's position on the issue of the West Asia escalation. Hayashi said peace and stability in the Middle East region is extremely important for also Japan. And he also added that we will continue working with the international community, engaging in any diplomatic efforts necessary, and has urged the negotiations to return to the table. Let's listen in.
このような観点から今般のトランプ大統領の停戦の発表を歓迎しており、これが実施に移されていくことを強く期待をいたします。中東地域の平和と安定は我が国にとっても極めて重要であり、国際社会とも連携して我が国として必要なあらゆる外交的努力を引き続き行ってまいります。このような観点から今般のトランプ大統領の停戦の発表を歓迎しており、これが実施に移されていくことを強く期待をいたします。中東地域の平和と安定は我が国にとっても極めて重要であり、国際社会とも連携して我が国として必要なあらゆる外交的努力を引き続き行ってまいります。
On that note, we'll slip into a short break. There's no end to Donald Trump's big ceasefire claims. Another day, another set of tweets put out by Donald Trump announcing truce between Israel and Iran, says both nations approached him simultaneously for peace. Along with that, let's also tell you about the ceasefire violation by Iran hours after Donald Trump announced peace in Middle East. Stay tuned for more details.
आपकी फेवरेट हुडी कार्स पर मिल रही है अमेजिंग डील्स। वैसे लोगे तो आप हुंडई ही, चाहे दिल की सुनो या डील्स की, तो जल्दी चले आओ हुंडई शोरूम।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
Excellencies, 2 days ago, in this very chamber, I made a direct appeal: give peace a chance. That call was not heeded. Instead, the bombing of Iranian nuclear facilities by the United States marks a perilous turn in a region that is already reeling. From the outset of the crisis, I have repeatedly condemned any military escalation in the Middle East. The people of the region cannot endure another cycle of destruction. And yet, we now risk descending into a rat hole of retaliation after retaliation. To avoid it, diplomacy must prevail. Civilians must be protected. Safe maritime navigation must be guaranteed. The Non-Proliferation Treaty is a cornerstone of international peace and security. Iran must fully respect it. And all member states must act in accordance with their obligations under the UN Charter and other rules of international law, including international humanitarian law.
For 40 years, the Iranian government has called for death to America and death to Israel.
Welcome back, viewers. As before Donald Trump announced a ceasefire, Tehran launched a missile operation targeting U.S. military bases in Qatar and Iraq in retaliation to U.S. strikes on its nuclear facilities. And this merely before Donald Trump made that announcement of a so-called ceasefire deal. Here's more.
La ilaha illallah. La ilaha illallah. Southwest, coming from the direction of Al-Udaid. Windows are shaking. La ilaha illallah. La ilaha illallah. Probably Patriot.
Allahu Akbar. Madam.
La ilaha illallah. La ilaha illallah. Southwest, coming from the direction of Al-Udaid. Windows are shaking. La ilaha illallah. La ilaha illallah. Probably Patriot.
On that note, viewers, we'll slip into a short break. On the other side, we'll tell you about Iran violating ceasefire after Donald Trump's announcement.
विमल में गुलिस्तां के ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुलें तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबान में खुद को ऐसे डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं? विमल बोलो जुबान कैसी?
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله Southwest coming from the direction of Al-Udaid. Windows are shaking. La ilaha illallah. La ilaha illallah. Probably Patriot.
Allahu Akbar. Madam.
La ilaha illallah. La ilaha illallah. Southwest coming from the direction of Al-Udaid. Windows are shaking. La ilaha illallah.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Very good morning. We are live and breaking. I'm Shubhangi Shukla getting you the latest coming in. Air sirens can be heard in Tel Aviv as Iran is raining missiles in Israel, and this is coming amidst the so-called ceasefire which has been announced by Donald Trump. All this and much are coming right up, but as usual, the headlines first. Let's get started. Donald Trump's big ceasefire claim announcement has come in as a truce between Israel and Iran has been declared by Trump, says both nations approached simultaneously for peace. Donald Trump's ceasefire claims fall flat. Iran continues to launch missile attacks. 3 Israeli civilians have been killed. After rejecting Trump's ceasefire claims, Iranian foreign minister says armed forces punished Israel till the last minute at 4 a.m. After Trump's ceasefire claim, IDF says Iranian missiles fired at southern Israel. Saudi Arabia has condemned Iran for attacking the US's Al-Udaid air base, calling it a flagrant violation of Qatar's sovereignty and airspace. After 7 days, NASA and SpaceX announces June 25th as a new date for Axiom mission liftoff. The director of Val Films Limited has now issued a legal notice and filed a 10 crore compensation claim against Air India viewers. Big update coming in right now. This is following a serious incident while boarding a flight Air India fly 214 from Kathmandu to Delhi on April 22nd. Now remember that this is a legal notice being sent by Viva Dang, and she's alleging that the airline's negligence led to bodily harm, grievous bodily harm, aggravated injury, permanent health complications, and substantial psychological trauma. 10 crore legal notice slapped on Air India. We'll try to get our viewers more updates on this, but this is the latest coming in as Air India once again finds itself in trouble. This time, legal trouble. Okay, let's go straight across to my colleague Harsha joining us live from New Delhi. Harsha, Air India slapped with a 10 crore compensation claim. And if you could just take our viewers through what exactly happened, who has raised this issue and what have they alleged?
So Shivangi, now we have got to know that Air India is in the legal trouble, and this from the passenger Vibha Dang. She was traveling with her husband and 2 children, and that is the time in April, Kathmandu to New Delhi flight, when she was not provided wheelchair, she was not provided assistance from Air India, she was not provided any sort of support. As she is a patient, she needs to have all the support which Air India promises to its passengers, and after continuous seeking help from the counter from Air India officials, none came to help them at airport, and this led to immediate issue at the airport. And they also went on by saying that this is a medical negligence. They didn't comply by what they used to call passenger protocol, which they have to give while the passenger needs wheelchair assistance and other assistance. They also stated that this was psychological trauma, but in the situation where she had to take that board, that airline was a complete problematic situation, because she has to go through a pulmonary trauma as well, that the passenger Vibha Dang had stated. And she has stated that there should be strict action against the pilot and against the crew members of the airlines, and also 10 crore compensation she has sought for the mental trauma, psychological trauma restored by Air India on the passenger. Back to you.
That is right. Well, thank you, Harsha, for getting those details for us. I will be coming back to you as we get more on the story. I really have to move ahead right now to some of the stories we're tracking, and we are moving ahead and waiting for that historic launch. That is right. India's poised for a historic leap. This is the Axiom 4 mission, finally set to launch tomorrow, carrying Indian Air Force pilot Shubhanshu Shukla to the International Space Station. This is a moment which every Indian is waiting for, and is a moment decades in the making. Let's have a look at this report as we get you the top updates.
After 7 delays, the Axiom 4 mission is finally set to launch tomorrow. It marks a new chapter in international space collaboration. The Axiom 4 mission is a fully private space flight, part of a growing shift where commercial players now lead low Earth orbit missions. The mission will carry Indian Air Force Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla to the International Space Station, making him the first Indian astronaut to reach the ISS. Shukla will fly alongside veteran American astronaut Peggy Whitson, Hungarian pilot Tibor Kapu, and Polish engineer Slavoj Uzanski-Wisniewski. The Falcon 9 rocket will lift off from Kennedy Space Center in Florida at 2:31 a.m. Eastern Time, which is 12:01 p.m. in Indian Standard Time. The crew is expected to dock the International Space Station around 7 a.m. Eastern Time on June 26, approximately 4:30 p.m. Indian Time. During their 2-week mission, the team will conduct more than 60 scientific experiments, including Indian-led studies on microgravity and human health. The mission also focuses on human biology, investigating how prolonged exposure to microgravity impacts muscles, cells, and immune responses. Shukla, a decorated test pilot with over 2,000 flight hours, has undergone intensive training for this mission, representing India's growing presence in space exploration. If successful, this will be the first time in 41 years that an Indian astronaut reaches space since Rakesh Sharma's historic flight in 1984. Tomorrow's launch could mark a turning point as India returns to crewed space missions on a global platform.
Getting some big breaking news coming in right now, viewers, and this time we're learning that Donald Trump has taken to X and posted a new post. The ceasefire is now in effect. Please do not violate it. That's what Donald J. Trump is saying, President of the United States. Donald Trump says ceasefire is now in effect. Do not violate it. This is a new update coming in here on Republic TV in terms of what Donald Trump has said. And like we told our viewers, this is coming in just after we saw that Trump has finally made a new message, posted a new message after we saw Iran had launched those missiles towards southern Israel. So US President Trump has said the ceasefire agreement between Israel and Iran has now come into effect, and has also given a warning that these two enemies in the Middle East should not violate the truce deal after Iran fired many waves of missiles on the Iranian territories. I apologize, on the Israeli territories in last few hours. So we saw that a lot of sirens were sounded in Israel. So we have seen Iran firing many waves of missiles towards the Israeli territories in the last few hours. And I have with us a guest who's joining us right now. Mr. Terry Newman is an Israeli entrepreneur, and he's joining us live from Tel Aviv. Mr. Newman, thank you for joining us on Republic TV. So my first question to you is that you are there in Israel, you are in Tel Aviv. What is really happening there? Because we understand that there were a lot of sirens which were sounded, and we also understand that there has been reports of Iran still violating ceasefire and going ahead and launching missiles towards Israel, especially the southern Israel region.
Yes, well, good morning. It's been a difficult evening and morning. We've had sirens running to the bomb shelter all night, and a tragic loss of life this morning. Some of these Iranian ballistic missiles hit a house, direct house in Beersheba, and 4 people have been murdered. This war is coming to a natural end, certainly, or to a natural ceasefire, primarily because the Iranians have lost, and they can't fire at the Americans, they can't fire at any of the Gulf countries, and they're limited to what they can do to us. America has now laid a final punch to a lot of their nuclear facilities, as has been discussed, and Israel has really shown who has control of the skies in the Middle East. So Iran is now interested in a ceasefire. I believe that they're arguing that they fired this missile before 7 o'clock. It just took time to land after. I think when you look at these issues, what's important is not who fired the last missile, it's important who actually won the war. And I think it's clear to everybody, whether in the Middle East, whether in the rest of Asia, or whether in the rest of the world, that Israel has shown that it is the military superpower in the Middle East, and that, I hope, will lead to other more positive things. Most importantly, a return to the IMEC, which is why this all started. Hopefully we'll now see the Saudi-Israeli peace agreement, and we will see the linking up of India through the Gulf into Israel and into Europe.
Right. Mr. Newman, we have a lot of breaking updates coming in, but before we go to that, I just want to ask you that do you think that US can seriously enforce a ceasefire? Because Trump has just once again tweeted saying the ceasefire is now in effect. Please do not violate it. This is the latest message coming in from Donald Trump post the reports of Iranian missiles being launched towards Israel.
Yeah, so I'm following the tweets, and this is certainly, from a historical perspective, it's remarkable to see history unfolding again via tweets. But if we relate to this seriously, Israel has 3 main demands. The first is that the Iranian nuclear project is finished and is not renewed. The second is that Iran's ballistic missile arsenal is limited to 1,000 kilometers, or at the moment they've got the 2,000, 3,000, 4,000 kilometer ballistic missiles. They need to be stopped. They're not required for defensive purposes. And the third is that they stop arming their regional terror groups with these weapons. For example, they were giving the Houthis medium-range ballistic missiles that go over 2,000 kilometers. Just to put in perspective, the Egyptian army don't have ballistic missiles with this distance. The Turkish army don't have, but Iran's giving it to terrorist organizations. So those are our three demands. America will have to lead this, and I believe that America, together with other leading democracies and even perhaps the non-democracies of the world, China and Russia, may be able to enforce all three of these. But in order for that to happen, the mechanisms need to be clear as to how these are policed, how they're enforced, such that this goes from being a ceasefire in which Iran can potentially rebuild its power to an actual peace treaty in which there can be a real change in the way that the Middle East is run, and so we can create a better Middle East. And as I say again, go back to the IMEC, the Indian Middle Eastern European Economic Corridor, which is the reason why this war was started. It was started to prevent this vision that your Prime Minister hosted in Delhi on the 10th of September 2023 from being realized. And we have to go back to it and say, no, we are going to connect the leading democracies and the leading pro-Western countries in the world in the greatest economic infrastructure project that humanity has ever done.
Yes, Mr. Newman, I really have to interrupt you there. Really apologize for that. But we're getting some big breaking updates coming in, and this is a new update for our viewers. The Israeli Air Force attacked missile launchers in western Iran. That is right. And these missile launchers in western Iran were ready to be launched towards Israeli territory. Air Force aircraft attacked in western Iran in recent hours, destroying missile launchers that were ready to launch as part of the barrage launched towards Israeli territory. So those pictures also coming in right now, viewers. And we're getting some more breaking updates coming in. Let's go to the next set of breaking updates that we have for our viewers. Okay, we're coming to know that there has been the Home Front Command forces operate at the scene of the crash in Beersheba, where Iranian missile strikes killed at least 4 Israelis. So these are some pictures coming in right now. Rescue operations are being conducted. And if we have a guest back with us, we can go to our guest. But before that, we're getting one more set of breaking updates coming in. Let's go to the next set of breaking updates we're getting for our viewers. We're coming on, the report suggests that Iranian missiles targeted Haifa and other areas, other air bases this morning. So back-to-back is coming in right now on Republic TV, where we see that the assault from Iran's side is continuing. I repeat, the assault from Iran's side is continuing. Multiple areas, air bases are being targeted at the same time. We're coming to know that the IDF, Israeli Air Force, striking missile launchers in western Iran that were ready to be launched towards Israeli territory. So back-to-back updates in terms of the assault which has been launched from both the side. And I want to go back to a guest who's joining us once again. We have with us Mr. Terry Newman, who's joining us here, Israeli entrepreneur. I told our viewers about all the breaking updates coming in. You mentioned as well that some civilians have been hurt. That was one of the breaking updates. How is Iran justifying the missile strikes despite Donald Trump announcing a ceasefire? What do you really think is happening there? Is this a shadow war with a diplomatic cover?
Yeah, I mean, it's an excellent question. Again, the Iranians are saying that they fired these missiles before the 7 o'clock time limit came in. They're obviously trying to create some sort of photographic evidence that they survived this. Israel actually has a longer period. We have another 12 hours after them until the ceasefire comes in for us. So you'll be seeing Israel continuing further sorties in Iran. But the overall strategic picture is that Iran is stuck. And so it can only reach out at Israel, only fire at Israel. You saw what it tried to do yesterday. I mean, in Qatar yesterday, they fired a few missiles which was carefully telegraphed and had no impact. It's not important who fires last. What's important is that we remember who won this war. And we have to now enforce a ceasefire, turn it into a peace agreement, which, as I say, will ensure no nuclear facilities or capabilities, no ballistic missiles above 1,000 kilometers, and ceasing all support to terror groups around the Middle East and around the world.
All right. Thank you for joining us there, Mr. Terry Newman, Israeli entrepreneur, joining us here on Republic TV as we decode the evolving situation in West Asia. We have to move ahead right now, viewers, to some of the other stories we're tracking. Especially, we'll take a look at what else is happening when we talk about the West Asia conflict. All right, Japanese Chief Cabinet Secretary Yoshimasa Hayashi welcomes Trump's claim of a ceasefire between Israel and Iran. He stated that Japan considers the de-escalation of the war-like situation the most important thing. He said that Japan is extremely concerned about any retaliation and continuously hopes that the avenue of dialogue, including talks between America and Iran, will reopen. Stripes of smoke were witnessed this morning in Jerusalem's skyline after the missiles were intercepted. US President Trump made an announcement earlier today stating that Israel and Iran have agreed to a complete and total ceasefire. However, soon after, Iran launched a limited missile attack on a US military base in Qatar in retaliation to the American bombing of its nuclear sites. Status of possible ceasefire remains unclear as attacks continue. Qatar Foreign Ministry spokesperson Majid bin Mohammed Al Ansari stated that the Qatar condemns with the most severe words the Iranian missile attack on the Al Udeid airbase in Qatar. He said that this attack represents a blatant violation of the sovereignty of Qatar and contradicts the principle of good neighborliness. And he also added that the attack represents and violation of international law. He said that the state of Qatar confirms that it holds the right to respond in accordance with the international laws. Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro warned that the war between Israel and Iran may escalate. He questioned if the United States feels proud of their history with Vietnam, Iraq, Afghanistan, and Libya. He firmly stated enough of wars, enough of threats and using force, and enough of using military force to destroy the people. And thousands of protests in Athens over US strikes on Iran nuclear sites and also Israel's attacks in Gaza. In central Athens, protesters were seen holding signs that read, "Hands off Iran." A protester expressed the people have a duty to strengthen the anti-war movement. Another protester stated that there is an escalation drive driven by profit and both the US and Israel seeks greater gains. Israeli military spokesperson Brigadier General Defrin says that the Israel Defense Forces have completed the most extensive wave of attacks it has carried out to date in Tehran. He says as part of the wave of attacks, 50 Air Force fighter jets were used to drop over 100 munitions and attack military targets of the Iranian regime based on high quality and accurate intelligence from Mossad. Stated that the Israel has focused on attacking headquarters and assets of the internal security apparatus of the Iranian regime and the Revolutionary Guards. All right, getting you some more pictures coming in. So these pictures are shots of the first responders working in Beersheba in the aftermath of Iranian airstrikes. So let's go to what these pictures coming in. A very unfortunate incident when we have seen 4 people have already lost their lives after Iran had targeted and fired missile salvos at Israel. And many people have been injured, especially residential buildings have been destroyed in southern Israel area. You can see those pictures coming in of the destruction, where rescue teams are working to locate survivors in this residential building hit by an Iranian missile. Now, these pictures are coming in from Beersheba in Israel. Rescue teams are combing through the rubble of an apartment building that you can see there that was hit by an Iranian ballistic missile. Emergency services are climbing through this mangled slabs of concrete and twisted metals as they are trying to look for more survivors. These are some of the back-to-back updates we're getting for you here in Republic TV. Remember that this is coming in after Iranian ballistic missiles were targeted towards southern Israel region. So we continue to stay on these pictures which are coming in right now. These are pictures of rescue teams which are working to locate survivors in Beersheba residential building hit by the Iranian missiles. All right, let's move ahead right now, viewers. We see that in a dramatic turn at the UNSC Pakistan, Russia, China have come together in a rare show of unity to slam US foreign policy under Donald Trump and extend full support to Iran. As tensions in the Middle East spiral in a very dangerous way, close to a full-scale war, these global powers are now demanding an immediate and unconditional ceasefire amid growing fears of a wider regional conflict. Take a look at this report.
Excellencies, 2 days ago, in this very chamber, I made a direct appeal: give peace a chance. That call was not heeded. Instead, the bombing of Iranian nuclear facilities by the United States marks a perilous turn in a region that is already reeling. From the outset of the crisis, I have repeatedly condemned any military escalation in the Middle East. The people of the region cannot endure another cycle of destruction. And yet, we now risk descending into a rat hole of retaliation after retaliation. To avoid it, diplomacy must prevail. Civilians must be protected. Safe maritime navigation must be guaranteed. The Non-Proliferation Treaty is a cornerstone of international peace and security. Iran must fully respect it. And all member states must act in accordance with their obligations under the UN Charter and other rules of international law, including international humanitarian law.
For 40 years, the Iranian government has called for death to America and death to Israel, and posed a constant menace to the peace and security of its neighbors, the United States, and the entire world. U.S. military strikes targeted nuclear facilities in Fordo, Natanz, and Isfahan, with the aim of dismantling Iran's nuclear enrichment capacity and stopping the nuclear threat posed by the world's foremost state sponsor of terror. This operation sought to eliminate a long-standing but rapidly escalating source of global insecurity and to aid our ally Israel in our inherent right of collective self-defense, consistent with the UN Charter.
اطلعوا على السطوح ورا مليان ورا مليان
安理会对维护国际和平与安全负有首要责任，面对重大危机不能无所作为。俄罗斯、中国、巴基斯坦已经提出一项安理会决议草案，呼吁立即无条件停火，保护平民，遵守国际法，开展对话谈判。我们期待安理会成员展现责任担当，共同支持该决议草案，推动安理会为维护国际和平与安全履责尽职。
Much more coming right up. We'll put our focus on the other big stories we're tracking, especially Donald Trump's big ceasefire claims, announces truce between Israel and Iran, says both nations approach simultaneously for peace. After Trump's ceasefire claim, IDF says Iranian missiles fired at southern Israel. Stay tuned, viewers. We are live and breaking.
बिबल में गुलिस्तां की ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ गुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की इस जुबान में खुद को ऐसा डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं ना? विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
Excellencies, 2 days ago, in this very chamber, I made a direct appeal. Give peace a chance. That call.
We eat music, we breathe music. Music is our life. And music has also taught that my audience comes from diverse background, different religion, different. I feel I belong to every religion of the world. I feel I belong to every religion of India. So my life is music. So I'm very grateful to God Almighty.
That's amazing.
Very good morning. You're watching live and breaking on Republic TV. I'm Aishwarya Kapoor with you. US President Donald Trump has said that the ceasefire between Israel and Iran is right now in effect. That is the big story that we are tracking at this hour. Let's also take a look at the other big stories in the headlines. Donald Trump makes a claim of a ceasefire between Israel and Iran, leads both nations to not violate it. Trump's ceasefire claims fall flat. Iran continues missile attacks. Israel Defense Forces claim strikes in southern Israel. Massive destruction in Beersheba. 4 killed. 10 crore legal notice against Air India after a passenger claims grievous injuries during travel. And after 7 delays, NASA and SpaceX announced 25th of June as the new date for the Axiom mission liftoff. Big breaking story right now. Israel emergency services say that the death toll in the Beersheba strike has risen to 4. 3 residential buildings have been damaged in the Iranian strike. The direct hit in the largest city in southern Israel comes just days after the city's hospital sustained significant damage in a missile strike. So there have been missile attacks from Iran towards the territory of Israel, and the death toll in a Beersheba strike has risen to 4. So Donald Trump says that a ceasefire between Israel and Iran is now in effect, but Israel says that it has identified multiple missiles launched from Iran, and one of these missiles slammed into a residential building that has now left 4 people dead. So Iranian media also says that Israel launched fresh attacks in Iran's capital Tehran overnight. And since morning, the IDF has been saying that missile attacks from Iran have been continuing. Nick, our colleague, is joining us live from Tel Aviv. Nick, we understand that there's been continuous missile attacks that the IDF has been claiming that Iran has been sending towards the Israeli territory. What is that? What you can see around you? We understand that as far as the Beersheba strike is concerned, there have been people who have been dead. Four people have died in those strike. Just take us through what is happening there.
Yes, so Israelis are going out, as you can see here behind me. It is still early in the morning, but they are going to the cafes, and it looks like Israelis starting to realize that the ceasefire with Iran is in effect. It started, it actually happening. Although Iran was shooting barrages of rockets until the last minute, and even a bit after 7 a.m., but still, this is unfortunately the culture and the mentality here in the Middle East, especially of the Arab Muslim countries, that they need to show that they were the last ones to give the last shot, that they could continue and they are strong. So this is the message that Iran trying to send with this barrage of rockets on the last minute. But now we understand that Iran actually wants the ceasefire, it wants it to succeed, and now Israel needs to decide that actually it is also for Israel a good timing to end it, because in the last barrage of rockets, as you said before, in Beersheba, at least 4 people dead, and maybe it will be more because there are some people missing. The rescue forces still trying to locate them between all the rubbish and destroyed building. Unfortunately, even people that were inside of a bomb shelter in Beersheba, they hurt and they were damaged. Not just the bomb shelter, but also the people got injured because the Iranian ballistic missiles are so big and strong. And now everybody believes that maybe the ceasefire is starting now. Back to you.
Right, Nick, stay with us. We'll just come back to you. And viewers, we have more breaking news coming in from Israel. Now, Israel has opened its airspace now. And this after Iran's missile strikes. Earlier barrage of Iranian missiles forced Israel to close the country's skies to all passenger planes. Israel's airspace has, however, now been reopened to the incoming flights following a temporary shutdown caused by the Iranian missile strikes, according to the Airports Authority of Israel. So positive the development there. It's seen Israel has opened its airspace now after Iran's missile strikes earlier. Let's go back to Nick, who is joining us live from Tel Aviv. Nick, just take us through about the situation there, because early in the morning, the Israelis woke up to a lot of sirens there, and there were sounds of sirens. There were missiles that were intercepted by the Israeli Defense Forces. But talking about the situation right now, have you been hearing any sirens recently? And what about the people there? How are they reacting to the fact that Donald Trump says that a ceasefire is now in effect?
So actually, the morning in Israel started really early, around 5 a.m., where the first barrages of rockets from Iran, and they continued until 7 in the morning. For about 2 hours, there were countless sirens throughout Israel, and Iran sent rockets to different locations. And the Israelis already understood that this is the way for Iran to end this conflict, because they are used that in the last minute, the terror organizations or terror countries doing that, they are sending their last word. But now I see that Israelis here really relaxed, and many of them already on the streets of Tel Aviv, although it's still morning. And Israelis believe that maybe this is the end of this cycle of violence, but it is not the end of the war of Israel against Hamas. There are still about 50 Israelis kidnapped since the 7th of October, and their families asking now the government to use this agreement with Iran to do a broader peace agreement also with Hamas. So all the all the captives, all the hostages will return back home. This is elderly, children, women, men, many people that are not part of any conflict. They're just innocent people that have been taken from their homes. Back to you.
Right, Nick, those visuals we can see behind you, a lot of people there on the streets already. Stay with us, we'll just come back to you. And viewers, Tehran, remember, launched earlier a missile strike on the US airbase in Qatar as well. And let's take a look at this report.
La ilaha illallah. La ilaha illallah. Southwest, coming from the direction of Al-Udaid. Windows are shaking. La ilaha illallah. La ilaha illallah. Probably Patriot.
Allahu Akbar. Madam, madam.
La ilaha illallah. La ilaha illallah. Southwest, coming from the direction of Al-Udaid. Windows are shaking. La ilaha illallah. La ilaha illallah. Probably Patriot.
Allahu Akbar. Madam, madam.
And breaking news coming in, the Israeli Air Force attacked missile launchers in western Iran that were ready to be launched towards Israeli territory. Air Force aircraft attacked in western Iran in recent hours, destroying missile launchers that were ready to launch as part of the barrage launch towards the Israeli territory. So basically, IDF saying that a larger attack was possible on Israel, but they were foiled by the strikes on several Iranian ballistic missile launchers. So the Israeli Air Force struck these Iranian ballistic missile launchers that were printed for this for the attack salvos basically on Israel. Let's go back to Nick, who's joining us live from Tel Aviv. Nick, now the Israeli Defense Forces are saying that they have basically foiled a larger attack because they have fired on missile launchers in the western Iran itself. So it could have been much bigger. The destruction could have been much bigger. But what more details are emerging from Bir Sheba? We understand that 4 people have been killed in that strike. What more details are emerging as far as what are your sources telling you?
Yeah, there are about 30 people that are injured, at least 4 are dead, and maybe several more people are in between the rubble inside of this distracted, almost destroyed building, and it is a hard work for the rescue forces to understand if there are still survivors there, because the building is almost collapsed, and A lot of the rooms and the apartments are ruined, and it is hard to understand exactly how many people were inside of this large building, because there are many apartments there, and you don't know if somebody came to visit his friend or people that don't communicate with other neighborhoods. That's why it's hard for rescue forces to estimate exactly how many people could be there. In another example, in Bat Yam, the Iranian missile that killed several people, one of those people were found just days after the attack because nobody knew about him. So this is the sad reality here, and the Israelis continue to work and try to rescue the people. And some of the politicians in Israel, like Avigdor Lieberman from the opposition, saying that maybe Israel needs a more precise agreement with Iran to understand exactly what are the conditions, because it is really dangerous to leave an injured lion. In this metaphor, Iran is the lion, because in a few years the war can start again, and then the conditions for Israel could be much worse, because Iran is not leaving its ambitions to develop nuclear weapons. They are not leaving their ambitions to develop more missiles and long-range missiles that not just can hit Israel, but maybe other places in Europe or even the US. And if Iran is not signing an agreement of a complete capitulation, and that they are not doing nothing like that in the future, not developing this kind of weapons in the future, it could be a risk in the future for Israel and other countries. Back to you.
Right, Nick Kolyothin reporting from Tel Aviv. Thank you so much for those details. We'll keep coming back to you in the subsequent bulletins for more on that story. And viewers, we'll take a very short break. But coming up ahead, 10 crore legal notice against Air India after passenger claims grievous injuries during travel. And also
बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
आपकी फेवरेट हुंडई कार्स पर मिल रही है अमेजिंग डील्स। वैसे लोगे तो आप हुंडई ही, चाहे दिल की सुनो या डील्स की, तो जल्दी चले आओ हुंडई शोरूम।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
Excellencies, 2 days ago, in this very chamber, I made a direct appeal: give peace a chance. That call was not heeded. Instead, the bombing of Iranian nuclear facilities by the United States marks a perilous turn in a region that is already reeling. From the outset of the crisis, I have repeatedly condemned any military escalation in the Middle East. The people of the region cannot endure another cycle of destruction. And yet, we now risk descending into a rat hole of retaliation after retaliation. To avoid it, diplomacy must prevail. Civilians must be protected. Safe maritime navigation must be guaranteed. The Non-Proliferation Treaty is a cornerstone of international peace and security. Iran must fully respect it. And all member states must act in accordance with their obligations under the UN Charter and other rules of international law, including international humanitarian law.
For 40 years, the Iranian government has called for death to America and death to Israel, and posed a constant menace to the peace and security of its neighbors, the United States, and
Welcome back, viewers. India is poised for a historic leap. After 7 delays, the Axiom 4 mission is finally set to launch tomorrow, carrying Indian Air Force's Shubhangshu Shukla to the International Space Station. Of course, a proud moment, but decades in the making. Take a look at this report.
After 7 delays, the Axiom 4 mission is finally set to launch tomorrow. It marks a new chapter in international space collaboration. The Axiom 4 mission is a fully private space flight, part of a growing shift where commercial players now lead low Earth orbit missions. The mission will carry Indian Air Force Group Captain Shubhangshu Shukla to the International Space Station, making him the first Indian astronaut to reach the ISS. Shukla will fly alongside veteran American astronaut Peggy Whitson, Hungarian pilot Tibor Kapu, and Polish engineer Slavoj Uzanski-Wisniewski. The Falcon 9 rocket will lift off from Kennedy Space Center in Florida at 2:31 a.m. Eastern Time, which is 12:01 p.m. in Indian Standard Time. The crew is expected to dock the International Space Station around 7 a.m. Eastern Time on June 26, approximately 4:30 p.m. Indian Time. During their 2-week mission, the team will conduct more than 60 scientific experiments, including Indian-led studies on microgravity and human health. The mission also focuses on human biology, investigating how prolonged exposure to microgravity impacts muscles, cells, and immune responses. Shukla, a decorated test pilot with over 2,000 flight hours, has undergone intensive training for this mission, representing India's growing presence in space exploration. If successful, this will be the first time in 41 years that an Indian astronaut reaches space since Rakesh Sharma's historic flight in 1984. Tomorrow's launch could mark a turning point as India returns to crewed space missions on a global platform.
Time now to take a break. Coming up ahead, rescue operation underway in Beersheba in Israel after Iranian missiles hit residential buildings there.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
विमल में गुलिस्तां के ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुलें तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबान में खुद को ऐसे डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं? विमल, बोलो जुबान कैसी?
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله Southwest coming from the direction of Al-Udaid. Windows are shaking. لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله. Probably Patriot.
الله أكبر. مدام
Viewers, let's take a look at news from across the country now. The first flight with the first batch of 161 Indian nationals evacuated from Israel landed in Delhi today. MEA's official spokesperson Ranveer Jaiswal stated that the Israel leg of Operation Synindhu began yesterday, and the first group of Indian nationals from Jordan will be arriving today in India. The evacuees were received by MOS Pavitra Marghetia at the airports. One Indian national shared that the situation in Israel is not good. He said that he could hear sirens where he was living and see missiles in the sky. He thanked the Indian embassy for bringing him home. As part of Operation Synindhu, 292 Indian nationals were evacuated from Iran on a special flight that arrived in New Delhi from Mashhad at 3:30 a.m. today. MEA spokesperson Ranveer Jaiswal shared that a total of 2,295 Indian nationals have now been brought home from Iran. On 23rd of June night, Maoists attacked a road construction site in Juraghat under the Barkagaon police station area of Hazirabad district. Around 30 to 35 armed Maoists attacked the camp of Puja Construction and set fire to 7 vehicles parked there, including 2 JCBs, a water tanker and a generator. After flood-like situation was witnessed in the Baran of Rajasthan, the district administration conducted a rescue operation. Danger arose following continuous rainfall in the region. The State Disaster Response Force has evacuated 29 people and animals there as well. A mock drill of coordination among various departments was held today ahead of the Lord Jagannath Rath Yatra. The mock drill was held at the Integrated Command and Control Centre of the Town Police Station Complex for the orderly and safe completion of the Yatra. And on to some other news now. National Security Advisor Ajit Doval called on Chinese Foreign Minister and also a member of the Politburo of the ruling Congress Chinese Communist Party, Wang Yi, in Beijing on Monday. Remember, NA said Doval is currently in China to attend the 20th meeting of the SCO Security Council Secretaries. Here is a brief report.
National Security Advisor Ajit Doval met Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi in Beijing on Monday. NSA Doval is currently in China to attend the 20th meeting of the SCO Security Council Secretaries. During the meeting, the two leaders discussed the progress in the restoration of bilateral ties between India and China. The two leaders underscored the need to promote overall development of the India-China bilateral relations, including by fostering greater people-to-people ties. Doval also emphasized the need to counter terrorism in all its forms and manifestations to maintain overall peace and stability in the region. The two leaders also exchanged views on the ongoing global conflicts during the meeting.
Time to take a break. Coming up ahead, unidentified drones struck radar systems at 2 military bases in Iraq. Also, protesters have rallied in Los Angeles against the Iranian regime. Details on those two big stories and much more after a short break. Stay with us.
I have seen what it takes to report from the front lines: accuracy, courage, urgency and responsibility. At Republic School of Journalism, you will be trained for that reality. It's not theory, it's live learning from a working newsroom from day one. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, Republic School of Journalism is where you begin. Courses begin on 30th June. Apply now.
विमल में गुलिस्तां की ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की इस जुबान में खुद को ऐसा डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं ना? विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
Excellencies, 2 days ago, in this very chamber, I made a direct appeal: give peace a chance. That call was not heeded. Instead, the bombing of Iranian nuclear facilities by the United States marks a perilous turn in a region that is already reeling. From the outset of the crisis, I have repeatedly condemned any military escalation in the Middle East. The people of the region cannot endure another cycle of destruction. And yet, we now risk descending into a rat hole of retaliation after retaliation. To avoid it, diplomacy must prevail. Civilians must be protected. Safe maritime navigation must be guaranteed. The Non-Proliferation Treaty is a cornerstone of international peace and security. Iran must fully respect it. And all member states must act in accordance with their obligations under the UN Charter and other rules of international law, including international humanitarian law.
For 40 years, the Iranian government has called for death to America and death to Israel, and posed a constant menace to the peace and security of its neighbors, the United States.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Republic TV with me, Akanksha Khajuria. Just a while back, Donald Trump said that the ceasefire is in full effect. This after Iran launched salvo at Israel earlier today. We'll get you more updates on that, but first, as always, the headlines. Donald Trump makes claims of ceasefire between Israel and Iran, pleads both the nations to not violate it. Trump ceasefire claims falls flat. Iran continues missile attacks. Israel Defense Forces claim strikes in southern Israel. Massive destruction in Beersheba. 4 people have been killed. 10 crore legal notice against Air India after passenger claims grievous injuries during the travel. After 7 delays, NASA and SpaceX announced June 25th as the new date for Axiom-4 mission liftoff. We have breaking news coming in as far as Israel-Iran ceasefire is concerned. This is in fact a statement that has come from the Israeli Prime Minister. He has said that Israel accepts ceasefire, and the Prime Minister also said that Israel has accepted the ceasefire with Iran and that it has achieved war goals against Iran. Israel says that it has agreed to Trump's proposal for bilateral ceasefire with Iran. So this is in fact the statement that has come from the Prime Minister. He said that Israel government has achieved all the objectives in Operation Rising Lion. Remember, this was the name that they had given as far as their attack on Iran is concerned. So their objectives have been achieved, including full air superiority over Tehran, the elimination of senior military leaders, and the destruction of Iran's nuclear and missile capabilities. And they have agreed to the ceasefire initiated by Donald Trump earlier in the day. Donald Trump has said that both the nations will be in fact having ceasefire. After that, we saw salvos launched by Iran. Now Iran has also agreed to ceasefire, and so has Israel as far as this conflict is concerned. Let me go across to Director of International Relations, Ariella Rosenthal, who is from the Ashdod municipality. Thank you so much for speaking to Republic TV. Now it appears that both the countries, Iran and Israel, they have agreed to the ceasefire, but this is coming hours after Donald Trump in fact said that there should be a ceasefire. After that, we saw attack from Iran on Israel. Several buildings have been damaged. 4 people have lost their life. But finally, both the nations are saying that they have agreed. How do you assess this?
Well, Israel says that it has achieved all the objectives of the operations, hence the dual immediate existential threat on the state of Israel, the nuclear and ballistic missiles. But, you know, unfortunately, Israel has a long history with the terrorist regimes in the Middle East. If it's Iran, it's the Hamas. And we know that ceasefire is very fragile until it becomes a long truce. So as we saw this morning that there will be an immediate ceasefire, there were missiles attacks on the state of Israel in which 4 civilians were killed, and a lot of devastation in cities around Israel. So Israel has still the right, if any violation of the ceasefire will be enhanced, to of course continue what it has done until now. It will of course respond forcefully if so.
Read that, yaar. Absolutely. And in fact, what we're learning is that he has said that all the objectives under Operation Rising Lion have been achieved. As you also mentioned, there were several objectives such as full air superiority over Tehran, elimination of senior military leaders, and the focus was on the destruction of Iran's nuclear and missile capabilities. And that was in fact also the focus of the United States. I request Ariella to stay with us. In fact, this is as far as Israel's statement is concerned. They have claimed victory as far as their Rising Lion operation is concerned. Now they have agreed to the ceasefire, but objectives, as you also rightly mentioned, they have been achieved by both the nations. And the most important is the nuclear facilities being destroyed in the last few days.
Yes. So we truly hope that the truce that was announced by Israel and the ceasefire story about Israel and Iran will hold. But it's, as I told you, it's not even past 6 hours from the morning when it was obeyed that there will actually be it will be a full ceasefire. So we will wait and we'll see how things will happen. We are still in the Middle East. We are still dealing here with a terrorist regime that always is very, very sly and knows exactly how to speak to the West and actually to continue to develop nuclear munition and weapons and so on. So instead of speaking, I think that the facts on the ground will at the end be what we can obey with.
Absolutely. Stay on with us. In fact, another breaking news that we are getting right now is that Israel has opened the airspace now after Iran's missile strike earlier today. Earlier, barrage of Iranian missiles had forced Israel to close the country's sky to all passenger planes. Israel airspace has now been reopened to the incoming flight following a temporary shutdown caused by the Iranian missile strike. And this is what we can see on the flight radar as well. So, Ariala, can we say that now the threat is gone? Because you also belong to Israel. What are the people there saying? Is the threat, has the threat in fact subsided?
No, we are not so sure. I think it's very early to know if it has succeeded or not. I'm of course not sitting in the parliament and I'm not sitting in the cabinet of the state of Israel. And I really can only, it's a real feeling of mine. But we don't know. It's really too soon. And, hopefully in the near future, we will know that if it succeeded or not. We must remember that we are dealing here with a poisonous snake that knows exactly how to speak duly, on the one hand, to its people and to the proxies, and on the other hand, how to negotiate with the Western countries. So I think it's still soon to be very, happy and think that we are finished the threat of the regime on the state of Israel. We must remember that we still have the Hamas and we still have hostages in Israel, in the Gaza Strip, that we are waiting for them to be released unconditionally. So they are a proxy of Iran. So if Iran is really sincere with the ceasefire and with what it conveys and says to the West and to Israel, then it must immediately release the hostages in Gaza.
Absolutely. In fact, stay on with us. We have another breaking news coming in. What we're learning is that last night, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu convened a security cabinet together with the Ministry of Defense, the IDF Chief of Staff and the head of Mossad to report that Israel has achieved, as we've been reporting, all the objectives of Operation Rising Lion. And so far, Israel has eliminated an immediate existential dual threat, both in the nuclear domain and the area of ballistic missiles as well. So, as Israel has been saying, that objectives under Operation Lion has been achieved. We have, in fact, more breaking news coming in, getting you the latest visuals of the aftermath of Iranian missile strike on Iran. Israel, in fact, on your screens, you can see damaged residential building infrastructure. They're completely in rubble. These are the visuals from Beersheba, which is in Israel. Remember, in the last more than 1 week, there have been multiple attacks here on the hospital, daycare center. And now, after Donald Trump announced ceasefire last night, there was another attack by Iran on this residential area of Beersheba. You can see several buildings completely there in rubble. Rescue operation is underway to bring people out of that rubble that we can see on the screen. The rescue operation teams they are at the spot and carrying out this operation right there. But very concerning visuals coming in from Israel. What we're learning is that 4 people have lost their life in this attack, but now Israel says that there has been ceasefire and they are expecting no more such strikes coming in from Iran. Ariala, I want to bring you in. Now, US says that there is a ceasefire. Ceasefire has come into effect. Israel says that yes, there is a ceasefire now. All the objectives under Operation Rising Lion has been achieved. But on the other hand, we are seeing that Iran foreign minister is saying that there's some confusion. They are not very sure about the ceasefire there. So right now also confusion swirls over the precise details of the ceasefire. There are divided, in fact, versions coming in from both the nations. How do you see this?
Well, as a citizen of the state of Israel, and bombardment on the cities and on residential areas that are not military targets, there are residential citizens who live in Israel where their houses have been bombarded, lots of devastation, and of course, lots of lives have been taken. They're not loss of lives, they've been deliberately killed by the Iranian regime. So we of course continue. You have seen that the IDF has informed the citizens of State of Israel by the Home Front Command to continue to strictly adhere the restrictions and the guidelines for the situation. We are still in alert. That means that we are still in emergency guidelines. So we're taking very much hazardous restrictions in order for people to save their lives. So we are waiting, and hopefully in a couple of hours and days to see how things will occur. But as I must say, Iran is still deliberately targeting civilians, mosques, houses, hospitals, people, elderly people. What have the elderly people done to them? These are questions that are not acceptable. And terror is terror. It must be deliberate. And for a citizen of Israel, I really am sure that my country, if there will continue to be violation, that there will not be a ceasefire. We must, at the end, survive and not be bounced around by other countries, because my government, at the end, must keep after its citizens and the survival of the State of Israel.
Absolutely. In fact, there are reports which are suggesting that Iranian missiles also targeted Haifa and Ramat David air bases this morning. So we've been seeing attacks as far as Iran on Israel are concerned. So Irala, I want to bring you in. Do you think even if Iran says yes to the ceasefire, they will abide by it? Because after Donald Trump announced the ceasefire last night, we saw that residential buildings were destroyed, civilians were attacked in Israel. So do you think after all this and after saying yes to the ceasefire, Iran will abide by it? Do you have that trust factor in the nation?
Ideology, and we are very, very familiar with the history of the terror regime in Iran. So this is not new for us. We unfortunately live in a surrounding where we have the Hezbollah, where we have the Houthis, we have all and the Hamas, the proxies of Iran. We are very well familiar with how they operate. So we are very, very suspicious. We have full understanding of Trump and its administration that have helped the State of Israel. But at the end, it's only my country, my government that took into account that there's a survival threat on the State of Israel. And he will only act in the favor of our country. That means that we understand the wonderful words and rhetoric of Iran, the terrorist regime, but at the end, we will cut the head of the snake. So we are now in a very fragile, how you call